Well, hello there. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome on in. Wit, good to see you in here. Muffin, Death by Muffin, good to see you as well. How have you been? Appreciate the lurk. Happy effing Friday. Happy effing Friday, Samshung. Good to see you. Well, glad to see you in here. Appreciate the lurks as well. I hope you're doing well there, Muffin. Hope your move is complete as well. That everybody can start to relax a little bit. Third Rock, hello, mate. How's your mum? How's it going? Good to see you in here tonight. It is Friday. It is a lovely Friday early evening here in the Greater Toronto area. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and tonight we have what was the regular astronomy chat that was done in the UK, doing it as well here, whilst we're waiting for my telescope to arrive. May we see your shirt, please? It's very shirty. And very 80s. I know, I love the retro look to it. It was one of the things, I was like, do I want to get a meatball or do I want to get the worm? Like, no, let's just go like right off the other side and just have it completely retro. BC gave you the clouds last night. Insert mean mug face. Clouds. I gotta do that. I have to add that as a channel point, as some kind of redeem, where we'll roll in some clouds and stuff. You know, forget the, you know, we'll make it rain, but we also need to make it cloudy as well, because sometimes it just comes with clouds, no rain. But yes, happy Friday. Hopefully you guys have had a good day today. I've had a very interesting day. It's been a very long day as well. It's been a very long week. So I'm kind of hoping to relax a little bit this weekend. But hopefully, I will get the call tomorrow that I can collect my telescope and everything else that I've been waiting to arrive across the Atlantic. So that is, that's what I'm looking forward to the most. The current status of the container. The current status of the container.
Where the hell is my ship? You gotta be shipping me. For shit's sakes, hurry up.
What's going on, Thor? Good to see you. Good evening, Thor. Nate, hello there. Welcome on in. Welcome into the stream. How you doing tonight? Let's see, where is my... Is this what I want? Yes, there we go. Here is my ship. My ship has arrived. It is currently moored in Montreal. The shipping company has informed me that they do have my consignment. So it really is just as long as it's going to take to get from Montreal to Toronto, where I can collect it. So maybe in the next, who knows, maybe tomorrow afternoon I'll get a call. And tomorrow, even if I get a call tomorrow, there's other things that are taking me away from the house that I won't be able to collect it tomorrow. But I will still be able to do some setup streams a little later on in the week there. But we'll see. Once I get the call, then we'll know when everything's in there. Your scope arrived on Thursday. Oh, did it bring any clouds? Is it just a scope there, Thor, or do you have more? Are there more that's coming along there for you? Because I mean, did everything arrive at once, or do you still gotta wait? The status of the Daystar scope. Here's the interesting thing. Okay, the Daystar scope. I know it would take if I was to order it, it would take 3 weeks. That is the word from Steve over at Ontario Telescope and Accessories. So it's 3 weeks for that to arrive. But I was also looking at the... Now! Thank you very much to now. Thank you very much for the 8 months. 8 months, and all I got was this milk in a bag. It's been a while since I've had milk from a bag. That's, it's oddly refreshing. I don't know why. But thank you very much for the 8 months. Good to see you in here. Hope you're doing well. They don't have it in stock. I did ask him, and he said if he was going to order it in, it would take about 3 weeks. The flip side is that I'm also looking at, for the price of that Daystar, for pretty much a few bucks more, I might be able to do, let's see. Excuse me. There we go. For a few dollars more, I've also been looking at a 50mm lunt. So it's kind of, you know, do I? Oh, it's not the Meade Coronado. Oh, I must have a word about their website. It is. I want to click on one thing. So they only sell the Solar Scout bundle, which I don't need all the extra accessories. But if I'm going to end up paying that much money for $100 more, I get a lunt scope, which they do say is in stock at ConScope in Toronto. So I do want to get a hold of them there. But Kenny, hope you're doing well this evening. Good to see you in here. If you had lived closer, you would have let the Daystar that would have convinced you to use it with your 72 ED. I am not unconvinced about that. I'm not unconvinced about using that there. Pardon me, Quiglius. Quiglius, thank you so much for the 4 months resub at tier 3. You legend. How are you doing tonight? How is it going? Good to see you in here, sir. Hearst Fred Nova, hello. How you doing? Good to see you in here as well. That's not bad. Still some scopes are 8 to 9 months wait. I figure 3 weeks isn't too bad. So it really is, do I want to go for the 50mm lunt or the 60mm Daystar?
Every star will die, including our own sun, and eventually all that will be left is a sparse soup of particles and radiation. Even the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe, leaving everything just a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. But TGIF, am I right?
It's Friday. Our good friend Jay Tenko with wonderful words for the future. You're doing great. You got a pair of Astro Canuck mugs in the mail today. Awesome! Excellent! Wow, that is fast shipping. That is tremendous. That is awesome. Hopefully they look awesome there, because I've seen other people bought other mugs off of Stream Elements and they look really good. So hopefully everything looks nice and crisp for you there. At that size, why buy a Quark and put it in a guide scope? Well, it's all coming down to budget there. What's going on, Astro Beard? How you doing, sir? Good to see you in here. Thor, it was your complete order, but the EQ6R Pro, the main camera, and the anti-dew strip are missing due to manufacturer's delivery delay. Well, as long as there's okay, I guess in a way I'm okay with a delay rather than you get the product and there's something wrong with it. That's yeah. I mean, hopefully you don't have to wait too long for everything, so you can kind of get everything set up and get it ready to roll out there. So hopefully you do get a chance to enjoy that, because it's some great equipment that you ordered there. That looks wonderful. I just got off of the Explore Scientific stream. What were they up to today? What were they What were they talking about there? But they is the main source kind of like on YouTube, and then you still get the messages off of Twitch and everything in there. Astrophotography stuff. Friday is the day to talk about astrophotography, and I am really excited for the equipment to come in because I have such a wonderful view to the south, and enough that I am confident that I'm going to get M16, that we're going to look at the pillars of creation from this scope. You watch on Twitch, but most are on the other from YouTube or the book. The Facey book. Now, like I said before, I did start streaming before, initially on Facebook, and that was really just doing the live streams off of my page. It wasn't anything like Facebook gaming or anything like that. And yeah, I just think there was there were still more people that may have seen it initially on there, but I still feel with Twitch, I'm still happy with what we're doing on here, and just being able to have some more options of what we can do for customization, with our metrics and our little me trying to escape the gravitational pull of a black hole, channel point readings and things like that. Views to the south, they are so good. I'm excited. I am excited to see some of these views because again, it's one thing to be looking at it to be seeing those images on somebody else who shared it on Instagram or Twitter or something like that. But it's always that special little bit that these are our photons. This is what we've captured. We've spent the time choosing our target, and then that way we're calling them ours. We've spent the time. We've set everything up. We've picked our positioning. And I think that's what, despite seeing it like hundreds of times before online, it's something just that little more special when it's yours, when you've taken that time there. Thoughtful Neanderthal, hello, hello. So adorable. Hello, darling. Hello, sweet pea, how are you? Good to see you. It's not like we've been hanging out all day or anything like that. You got your tea? I got my coffee. Fixed. There you go. Get the exposure right. Wait, how about this for the thumbnail? Somehow an inadvertent sponsor by Tim Hortons, right? How crazy would that be? It's not going to happen. But what will happen, and I can't talk about anything else tonight, but there's excitement in the air. There's anticipation in the air, which I can't say anything other than that, and just leave you guys hanging on that notion. Does coffee go well with maple syrup? Maple syrup goes well on everything. Maple syrup is great on bacon. Throw that in the oven, bake it off there, nice and flavorful. I don't think I have actually put maple syrup in maple syrup in my coffee before. I imagine it would probably lose itself in a little bit of the bitterness. Bacon! I gotta fix that camera. I gotta fix that one. Gen X Dev, have you found Planet 9 yet? Not yet. Hard to say that it actually is going to be out there. But we haven't even got our telescopes back yet, so we can't even really observe the night sky. No, but how you doing there? Welcome on in. We largely look at nebulae and galaxies, star clusters. We haven't really had the opportunity to do much planetary work, so I am excited as well to be able to have more views towards the west, and like I said, a little bit more to the south, that we're going to be able to catch some more planets this season, and to be able to look at Jupiter. I think that and Saturn are like I have looked at Saturn through my telescope, and that was at the 1500 millimeters with my first scope there. And I got a glimpse of Jupiter through a lens at 300 millimeters. So, nothing too detailed, but I could still see there's some banding. There's a little bit of banding. That was exciting. So I'm really hoping that we can take a look at Jupiter when everything is all set up there. Prutz! Hello, hello. Good to see you. How's it going tonight? Hope you're doing well. And I'm thinking also, I looked at the, just noticed the microphone. I'm thinking, I never really checked if my microphone was on and working. But clearly, we are, we're conversing, so it's all good there. You remember the first time seeing Saturn through a telescope? It was tiny, through even at 1500 millimeters. It was tiny, but it was beautiful. It was amazing. Just to be able to see like the Cassini division between the rings. I thought it was really
Where
incredible.
the hell is my ship? You gotta be shipping me. For shit's sakes, hurry up.
What's going on, Marabou? How are you doing? Good to see you in here tonight. Here is my ship. Speaking of the anticipation of the telescopes, my ship is at port. It is moored on the docks in Montreal, so it has also been unloaded. I already have the confirmation. My consignment company has my pallet, and I'm just waiting for the word from them to say that you can come collect it. So super excited for that. Finally, we'll get everything all set up. We'll get things set up in the back garden, and that's what it is. That was unexpected. It is a little jarring. I mean, but that's what it's there for. We'll check on the status of my ship, and really, we're not going to have to wait too much longer. So I'll have to kind of come up with a new channel point redeem after that. But yes, Marabou doing really well there. Prutz, yes, you're working and listening in the background. We're back in the Maple Land. Back in Canada. Now, this was our Canadian flag up there from our Canada Day celebration there. And I will be redecorating the wall as well. There are some little bits here and there. I mean, there's already... I've changed my chair up a bit. I'm trying another office chair. Because the other one I had it wasn't good. It was like... We'll see how my back feels after this stream. Pardon me, but the other one, it wasn't all it was cracked up to be. This is my old office chair actually, so hopefully that'll do me well for now. But yes, we're slowly kind of redecorating. I still have I have to rebuild Wally. I have to build the Apollo 11, and we will have our Saturn V rocket, and the International Space Station will actually go up on the shelf there. It'll be nice and built and complete. So from that Lego stream, that was fun. But also behind me, the Canadian flag will relocate. But I have other bits I want to be hanging up in the office here. So there is a few other things. There's some more astronomical bits than anything. And where did I put them? I think I put them in the wrong room. I have like one piece of artwork that's going to go up there for sure. And that is what's going to be the kind of main bit of artwork. Actually, the photography. There we go. This will be up on the wall. I have the fittings all ready for that there, but that is one of my first images of the moon that I was really, really happy with. And I worked at a framing company for a little while, so they actually were able to frame this up for me rather beautifully as well, I must say. And I'll be happy to hang that up there behind me, put that up on the wall. There's a few other astronomy and space related prints that I have that is going to kind of decorate the background a little more there. So yes, we have the little bits of flavor of who I am on the shelf, but I think we'll start adding some more astronomical relevant items in the background there. I mean, the Saturn V rocket is going to replace the serial. Saturn V rocket will sit over there, And we will do that stream almost as soon as possible, really, because that's a large set, and I think it's going to be yeah, it's going to be a fair size set there. Old Balls, hello, Pop. A serial rocket killer. I don't know what you're talking about there, Ark. But how you doing, Arcatoofus? Good to see you in here as well tonight. On a Friday evening. And yeah, like I said, we got some things planned for decorations. We got a few of the
Every star will die, including our own sun.
few of these rewards.
And eventually all that will be left is a sparse soup of particles and radiation. Even the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe, leaving everything just a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. The TGIF, am I right?
Thank you, Ark. TGIF indeed. Our good friend Jay Tenko, once again, supplying us with that channel point reward. We have to talk to him, see if he has he's got it in him to do another one there. You got addicted to Tetris that you naturally instinctively started playing with the shelf shadow. I see it. Two long pieces, and maybe an L shape will kind of cover that up. Tetris is one of those games as well. You kind of always go back to it as just something to occupy a little bit of time. You can jump in, jump out with that. And a lot of people I've seen are playing like Tetrio a lot online. And I know there's I was in with a bunch of people who are playing it as well. But there are some people who are like crazy into Tetris, and it's just amazing how fast they can move things. And just the quick decisions with Tetris. I mean, I always like my original experience with Tetris was on the Game Boy, on the spinach green screen, you know. But that was always it's always a nice to see like different iterations. I have the was it Tetris Effect, or one of the Tetris new Tetris versions they have on the Xbox Game Pass. I was playing that, and that's just like. They're using the Unreal Engine for it, and I think, why would you want to use the Unreal Engine on Tetris? What good is that going to do? Well, apparently it does a lot good because it is a gorgeous-looking game, and fairly relaxing to play it, unless it's just absolutely getting crazy fast. Which, even with a controller, I was still feeling better with a controller on that there. A few competitive modes now. I mean, watching the people on like Tetrio who are like rated at, you know, like incredibly high in the world. It's very interesting to see that. You should watch the Tetris World Championship stream when they're on. You'd be surprised how a game like Tetris can be so intense. Oh no, I've seen actually. You see our TGIF buddy Jay Tenko. He reached sub 1 minute a few weeks ago. Actually, I think just before I moved back to Canada, he reached sub 1 minute on the 40 lines. And there was a long stream before that. I think he streamed for like almost 7 hours trying to get that get his personal best down to sub 1 minute there. And yeah, I mean, it's good to see that he got that he achieved that, but it is just the quick split-second decisions you got to make, and just the strategies up there that you have as well for Tetris. I mean, it's like it goes beyond what I was used to on the Game Boy for sure, because there are some, I don't believe there were like T-spins on the Game Boy. If there were, I had no idea. I didn't even know they existed. But it's always been one of those games just nice to kind of pick up quickly and play a few rounds, and then you can leave. There's nothing really time consuming, or you're not constrained by it. You can just pick up and go. People get crazy at it, unbelievable. It's crazy. It is like impressive just how fast these people are, and just the strategy again of making sure that you can load up the whole sides, and then you are just combo after combo after combo, and you're just taking it all down. So when parents are always saying before, why are you playing video games for? What are you going to do with that? I mean, it's competitive. If it exists, it can be competitive. I'm pretty sure there's probably competitive coffee drinking, if not just coffee brewing. Me, I'll take 3 hours to drink a cup of coffee there. Took the photo, hope you don't mind, put it up on Discord. No, don't mind at all. Oh, that's wonderful. Speaking of wonderful, hello, Kieran Sango. Good evening, handsome. Good evening, handsome. Back to you. How are you doing? Rule 34, right? Oh boy, if the Rule 34 applies to coffee, I don't know. Another block falling game. Not too bad there. Cheers for that link there, Gen X. If you want to put something in the Discord about some other games there, feel free. We Brits have literally made the making of tea competitive somehow. There is constant debate over the right way to make it. And hello, Orion. Good to see you in here. I am doing well, to answer both of you. To answer both Kieran and Orion. Good to see you guys. We got our astronomy chat going on here tonight, and there is Quigless with the Astro Canuck mugs and my mug. They look good. That's what I was hoping for. They would have that nice wrap around the mug there. I dig it. That looks wonderful. Hopefully the mugs will provide you with hours upon hours of hot beverages. Or cold beverages. It's okay. I'm not your mother. If it exists, it can be competitive, yes. So I won first place with 2 grams of caffeine. You never know, right? Oh, you made the coding. You did the coding for the game. Well, that's cool. Yeah, drop that if. Yeah, share that in the Discord there, and just in the general chat, because that's cool. If you did all that coding for it there. You know, I always found out that sometimes it is just kind of tinkering with something and just doing something that seems like it absolutely doesn't really it might seem lame to you, but at the same time you're helping yourself learn about that and better ingrain that knowledge by kind of executing it and putting your own spin on things. So yeah, drop that in the Discord. I'd like to check out that game there. Just learning the mechanics of coding, you know? Special coffee creamer. Coffee creamer giveaway when, Kieran? So there are a couple other little bits that I want to be assembling for the shelf. I don't insist, but also I won't stop you. Other little bits. Now this I bought this just before I started, or just as I started my new job back in the UK. So I wanted to have something cool on my desk. And 3 weeks later, once this arrived, and once I was settled into my desk, we all started working from home. So it has sat here unassembled for quite a while now, and I think now, maybe not now, but it's as good a time as any to have this little guy built that we can actually put it on display. Instead of having it sitting in this little package, not doing anything, not looking cool. So this is meant to go on my work desk, and because I had worked from home for well over a year, and we weren't going to keep anything on our desks, now I finally have a place for it. That shelf back there, or somewhere within view. I know once I get the other cameras set up there, I will have maybe some other general kind of things dotted around for decoration there. It'll be built and operational before the JWST. Who would have guessed that? I know, right? Hopefully, October 31st. Well, they said there's a slight delay, isn't there? I know they went into the final checks for the to be loaded onto the Ariane rocket. But yeah, it's not too far off that October 31st, isn't it? There, Rhino. What's going on, Rhino? Good to see you in here. All the hype, the beard hype too. How you doing tonight? Good to see you. Coding pays big bucks these days. I mean, it's the fact that it can be time consuming for doing coding, and yeah, just the amazing stuff that you can do out of that there. But not everybody wants to put in the time for it, so there's where your money goes. What is the net launch date for your Hubble? Well, what is the time for it? How long does it say here? I mean, the difficulty is just under medium. So I think I saw something like it's maybe like 2 to 3 hours to build it, because there's a lot of little tiny pieces in there. There's going to be a lot of people holding their breath for that launch. Hopefully they have paramedics on standby. That is going to be a very nerve-wracking stream, because I won't be the only one streaming that. There's going to be hundreds of other people that are going to be watching to share, or sharing. Millions that are definitely going to watch that launch. And it is, that's going to be very stressful after all this time waiting for JWST to launch. Almost medium. Yeah, we'll say it's medium rare. But yes, Rhino, the move overall went very well. I am just waiting for the call to pick up the rest of my shipment from Toronto. It has landed in the port of Montreal, and as far as I know, it should be en route towards to Toronto, so I can go collect that there. The more you do it, the less time it takes. Honestly, the knowledge compounds. It's true. I mean, although it can sometimes, some things can feel like it does take a long time for the uptake on that there. But then it's almost like you'll look back and you think, why was I ever really stressed out about that? Like, why was this? I'd like to kind of go back, knowing what I know now about certain things, and going back to that first instance when I tried something new and just felt like this is not going anywhere. Like, I am never going to be able to continue on with this task. And just kind of be aware of that progress and see just how far you've come. And just what you thought was like almost a daunting task, pardon me, is almost seemingly nothing now. So yes, I will definitely aim to share the launch of JWST, because that is going to be broadcast all over the place, and I know that everybody who is streaming some sort of astronomy and space engineering streams. They're going to be sharing it as well, but also just to join in on the fun, because watching that happen, we've been waiting, what, like 12, 15 years now for everything from when it was originally supposed to launch. Everybody's amazed with interest or returns compounding, but knowledge compounding is pretty crazy too. Exactly, yeah. Like I was just saying, it's like you almost have to not pay attention to it in a way. I know. I guess for investments, it can be easy because you put that away and that's it. You just go about your life. But if you're doing something like a task, you're always involved with it, and so it is. I think there's also a benefit in also taking like a breather from things as well. Let something sink in, then go back to it. I'm going to be watching the Branson Virgin Galactic go to space on Sunday. If it is something that I can restream, high probability. However, Sunday there might be something else going on, which is relating to the excitement I was talking about today, which I can't say any more than that. So Sunday might take me away from the streaming, in the streaming capacity there. Although there's I know the phone won't work because I still don't have a Canadian SIM card yet for my phone. There's some kind of mooching off whoever has Wi-Fi. So an IRL stream isn't possible yet, but again, that is something kind of down the line. And other things of what I'm looking forward to, and what I will hope to have something to talk about more next week, will involve IRL streams. So there are plans, and those who really know me know that I can't keep a secret worth damn. So it is very hard, even just dropping these little tidbits of absolutely vague excitement. That's about as far as I can go on it right now. Otherwise, it's just can't. Just don't want to say anything more than that. Other than that, I'm excited. I'm optimistic, just to see what's coming around there. But yeah, I'll check out what time when that Virgin Galactic launch is going to be, when they're going to go up and take that voyage. And if it works, if the timing works out, and we are allowed to restream things. I know there are certain things, certain channels don't want a rebroadcast. Others are happy that people share it as much as possible. So we'll definitely look into that. In fact, let me see what if I can get any info on that. Let's see if it says how to watch the Virgin Galactic launch. Billionaire Richard Branson to. How to watch Virgin Galactic launch billionaire Richard Branson to space on Sunday. It's a global live stream starting at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Depending on how my day goes, I'm usually streaming YouTube there. I mean, if they're streaming for YouTube, I can restream it from there. We'll have a look. If my timing works out, if it's more of an afternoon thing that I'm doing, then yeah, maybe a early morning stream on a Sunday. For those of you who are on the West Coast, it'd be very, very early. What time would that be for those in Pacific time? So it's 6 a.m. 6 a.m. We'll see. I mean, if schedules allow, we'll do that. We'll watch Richard Branson go to space. How cool is that going to be? We'll see how that turns out. So what I wanted to do was put a couple of other bits up on the wall. Let me see if I have them in here. How far can I go? Other things I want to put up in frames, which I thought these were cool. I found these. Where did I find these at? John Lewis. There's a poster explaining special relativity, and also another one explaining general relativity. So I thought they were very interesting looking pieces, which actually kind of frame up really well together. So I think those would kind of be side by side. You don't really want him to go into space, because if he does, he'll be inducted into the astronaut club. How high up are they going? Is it still going to be counted as space, or is it even lower than is it going to be even lower than much lower than the ISS? Let's see. So what, 50,000 feet? Hey there, Muffin. Semi out of lurking. No worries. It's all good. There you go. That's what we're looking at there. To check out, if everything works out well for me, at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll check out the global live stream of Virgin Galactic launching Richard Branson into space. Lower than the ISS, but the requirement to get the gold astronaut wing is past the Kármán line. Oh, it feels a little cheated with him, doesn't it? That he's kind of bought his way in there. Cross stitching away, picked it back up. Excellent. What are you working on? What pattern are you doing today? I think the majority of my like kind of cross stitching bits and pieces are in Canada, but they're in boxes still. They're still packed away, cataloged, but still packed away. Exactly. They make it, well. Look, here's the title. So it's really just watch Virgin Galactic launch billionaire Richard Branson into space. There's no return. You're just going to launch him off the pad of a giant slingshot, Wile E. Coyote style. And away he goes. You're doing Umbreon for your friend in the slow home stretch. Excellent. I mean, as always, if you can share it, we'd love to see the finished product there. So deployment to low Earth orbit. It's just we'll watch out for the Branson constellation. Just make sure he has a nice sized reflector on his suit so we can kind of see him pass by, wave as he floats over there. He's 70? Who is the oldest astronaut to go into? Who's the oldest to go into space? You can post where you are now, if you'd like. No pressure. Oldest astronaut to go to space. There you go. You're right. John Glenn's 77 years old. The oldest human to ever travel in space. During the 9-day mission, he served as part of a NASA study on health problems associated with aging. Well, I mean, Richard Branson isn't that far off for 7 years off that mark. Although, I guess Ark would be even more put out if he not only got his gold wings, but also was the oldest to ever go into space. So at least that that is still held by not Richard Branson. Enjoy. Holy potatoes! That's beautiful. That's beautiful, Muffin. That's very nice. I really like the choice of the dark blue canvas. It's I agree. It makes it pop. It makes it stand out that much better. Is it harder? Is it? I've stitched on black, on black Ada cloth before, so I would imagine you have like a light behind you to kind of see through that there, or are you all right with that? But that's, yeah, I like it. I dig that. Very nicely done. It's I mean, I have there's tons of ideas rattling around in my head what I want to design. Just do some other. I wouldn't build or fabricate the cross stitches, but just to make a pattern. I have a whole bunch of patterns still standing by that I do have to get made, and it's just the with this. Where is it? Which one there? Stitch Fiddle is what I use to make my patterns. But it is literally I am making I have to make the pattern twice. Once on Stitch Fiddle, and then again in Illustrator to make all the social media posts and extra visualization patterns there. Yeah, I will aim to do some space. So they have to be like very specific, very vibrant to work out as a cross stitch. I think if I start going too detailed, it will just end up being like too many different threads. It'll just take someone way too long to do it there. And with all the stars, and I add all those French knots, and just people are going to hate it. What's going on? Death warmed over. How you doing this evening? Good to see you here tonight. I have yet to catch our friend Endy's streams. It's always, well, he's on like at regular times during the day for me, but I'm never always at the computer to pop in and say hello. Yeah, he put a couple of nebulas through one of the patterns. Pattern one's an oh boy, you get a lot. Okay, it's I think the what I'd like to do with one of my patterns that the digital design, which would kind of open up a few of the options. It was that Orion Nebula one with the low polygon view. To do something like that for a cross stitch, I think it would work out fairly well because you'd have nice big blocks of solid colors to build it up with there. It didn't come out very well, but you feel with stuff like that, you need to have lots of colors and a big size to make it look right and dynamic. I do not disagree on that for sure. Let's come back here for a second. We're waiting for Instagram to actually load up there. That's the other thing. I still notice I'm trying to do too much on the laptop, and I know there is a limit to how much memory Firefox takes up, and how much I'm dealing with on OBS. So it's still got to be conscious of that I can't just willy-nilly open everything up on my system there. I used to have a software that can convert pictures into cross-stitch patterns. It automatically made a bill of material of the threads you need to buy and how much. That's very similar to how I got that program Stitch Fiddle to do there. I don't know if it has the how much thread, but it'll tell you. It will tell you just how much or what colors you need. I mean, this was one that I put together there. Was an Easter design with the xenomorph egg. I don't know which one with my color chart there. But yeah, had to make it in here, then had to make it again in Illustrator, so I could actually kind of do the social media posts there. But we do have that on our Etsy page, and that is going to be populated more in the next week or so. I know that moon picture that I have, it'll be available as a digital download. But there's also a framing company that will do prints out there for us. Yeah, so that one, it's I think I'm still logged in my British account. I have to change that over there because those should be in Canadian dollars for the prints, or for the cross stitch. Yeah, so I have to put it back into design it again within Illustrator to make this to make that pattern there. So I think, yeah, the only thing with this one is it just doesn't say how much of the thread we actually need. But I had a lot of fun designing this one and just trying to keep that look of the egg from Alien, but also in as small of a cross stitch pattern as possible. Still convey that we have the xenomorph popping out and having a nice multicolored egg. So that was a fun project to work on. Well, thank you, Muffin. Appreciate that. Because the whole look of cross stitching meshes extremely well with pixel art, it's something that I've just always been drawn to. So, like I said before, there's still lots of ideas that are kind of rattling around in my head that I got to get out there. And we're still in the next couple of weeks. I know I'm starting to get back into a regular flow of things, a regular work schedule almost that I've created for myself, and it's just being dedicated to that process when there's like the only person that I'm letting down is myself, if I'm not doing any work, and Mrs. Canuck as well, because there are tasks that design work that I'm doing for her as well. But just kind of getting back into the swing of things. What are we on? We're on the 9th of July, and it's still yet to be a full month since I've been back in the country, and it's also a full month of being back interacting with more people than just myself. So it's I know it's going to be a bit of a process there, but I'm also happy with just how not crazy things have been. There have been busy times. There've been there've been more downtime as well. But I think what I've also kind of been antsy about the shipping container, because after watching one of the BBC Planet Earth specials, and they're showing how much waste there is, and when shipping containers are going across the ocean and there's terrible weather and some of the containers fall off, and it's just they're not even going to recover it, and it's just like, oh. I mean, I know I'm insured. But yeah, I wouldn't want my shipping container to be one of those ones sitting on the bottom of the Atlantic. And then one day, like, my guide scope comes floating across, washes up on shore of like Vancouver or something like that. So at least that is a very big relief now. That it's just basically a car ride away from being back in my possession, and that completes the move from the UK. And it was a long process, and hearing people selling their houses here in like a few days, and it took us so long to get ours done there. I'm just happy that we are now in the progress of moving forward with things. And we will get back to our regularly scheduled well, I say scheduled. It's just whenever the skies are going to be clear, we can get the telescope rolling there and be looking at some views of the night sky. And I know with the ASI Air and BlueStacks, which we've been using in the past, that there have been some changes to the way it works, and it may not work. It may not display as well as properly as it did before. So there are going to be some hiccups once everything is hooked up there. But hopefully I can get that sorted out, PDQ, and we can enjoy some views of the night sky. Or I'm just going to have to change the way how I do some capturing, which, again, it's something new. Werewolf, what's going on? How you doing? How are you this evening? Good to see you in here tonight. Also, another good thing about my shipment arriving is that we can get rid of the Beard ASMR mic, so we don't have to worry about the little scratches and pops that are occurring there. I do appreciate you guys not freaking out about it, or it's just all scratchy audio. And hopefully everything also as well isn't totally scratchy audio. You're good? Short holiday with low Bortle. How could you ask for anything more? I think anything below a Bortle 7 for me would be wonderful. I'm in a Bortle 8 zone now, so that's going to be interesting to see what kind of images we can capture as well. So we'll have some nice compare and contrast images to see just how well these filters that we have will perform in a high light polluted area. We were just talking about breaking John Glenn's record. Looks like it will be broken soon. Wally Funk to break John Glenn's spaceflight record with the Blue Origin flight. Pioneering aviator Wally Funk is set to beat one of John Glenn's spaceflight records. Funk is 82. The July 20th mission will be the first crewed spaceflight of the New Shepard, which is named for the Mercury 7 astronaut Alan Shepard, who also went to fly on with NASA's Apollo program and land on the moon as part of Apollo 14. Excellent. Well, that was well, for the time of knowing that it was John Glenn at 77 and now Funk at 82. That's quite the record to attempt to break after that. All right, when is Blue Origin? When is she flying up there with them? I said that it was 20th of July. So we got Richard Branson this week, and then Bezos, his rocket going up on the 20th. When was Bezos isn't going on the Blue Origin, is he? Or was it just the space race between Branson and Musk? It was obviously Bezos wasn't actually doing anything, was he? He was just bankrolling all this. Donnie, how's it going? Glad to hear that everything has pretty much come together. You'll be back in business soon. Yes, looking forward to it. How have you been? Pardon me. Good to see you in here. So I'm also trying to think of other things that we can do. Like I was thinking about going back to the idea of rocking the space-based games, and I think now there can be a little bit more of an opportunity to kind of play around with some ideas and just see kind of what building that better schedule, because now this is part of what I'm mainly focusing on is doing this. So if we can kind of give those a whirl, wouldn't be able to do it on this laptop, because I would launch Steam and then a game, and that would just, all the memory would be gone. I just know it wouldn't work out as well with everything else that we kind of do on here. And even now, it's still very pared down, and I am glad that for the most part everything is run really smooth. And I think that was the other thing what was kind of plaguing us before with some of the issues I had with the laptop, was that I was running from like the 4K resolution and then trying to put it out at 1080 or 720p, and just that much encoding was needing to be done. So everything matches with the size of our canvas versus our broadcast on here. And also I am using my old capture card as well, which was only going to do 720p anyway. You've been good. Looking forward to your eye on the sky. I'm looking forward to that as well. It's, like I said before, it's I don't want to play too much with the focus there. See, I turned off the manual focus, or the automatic focus. I don't know what's maybe better. Scratch. Sorry. To move that away if I'm adjusting the focus there. Unless you want the beard ASMR. To know what it would sound like living in my beard. It's very comfy and it smells nice. Like sandalwood. And some other herbs. So yeah, kind of thinking about there were some other suggestions I got about some games, which I don't know how. I want to check it out. It depends on the rent pricing. It's fairly affordable. It is cheaper than New York condominium, I'll tell you that. And you know, there are perks. I mean, sometimes food, chicken wings fall in there, and you know that's yours to keep. You know, there's no extra charge for that. Coffee sometimes sits in the upper loft of the mustache. So again, that's free. That's complimentary. You know, I'll look after my tenants. I'll look after my beard tenants. You know, there is fresh water daily as well. Don't have to worry about that. You're kept warm. There's usually some hot breezes if I have to, you know, kind of straighten out the beard a little bit there, make it less unruly. On dry days, the static electricity will make your beard like the atmosphere of the planet from Aliens. All the little sparks kind of flying around there. I guess you got to set up a timeshare now. Well, I mean, you know, getting quick. I mean, spaces are running out. You know, want to avoid disappointment. So, if you want to drop your deposit in today and let me know, we'll get you a space sorted out in the beard. So ridiculous. But yeah, there's behind me got a lot of wall space to work with there, and really it's everything's directly behind my head. Doesn't need to be almost doesn't need to be decorated, because I think I do a good job of covering the rest of that up. It's not like there's a mess or anything behind me, directly behind me or anything like that I've strategically placed. No. So I was thinking about thinking about the next Lego build stream. You mean that non-existent hole in the drywall? There's no holes. Wait. This right here, do you mean? talk about that's my cool air return. But in terms of for a Lego stream, which will be it really should be beginning with the Lego Saturn V, because that was one of our sub goals for a while back there, and that was kind of just a little bit. We reached that just as we knew we were moving. So to have a whole bunch of Lego sets built and then have to break it down again didn't seem to work out that well. So I think instead of, I know I have our Apollo 11 lander there, and I'm looking forward to building. Actually, I've had that one for a while. I got that as bought that for myself as a university graduation gift, and figured that it would have been built much sooner, but it just kind of time got away. And now that we have this opportunity to kind of sit and chill and have fun, build some Lego sets, so they can actually be on display, and we're not just looking at the boxes. We'll figure out when to do the Apollo 11 build, which will follow the Saturn V build, and the International Space Station. I'm just going to put that back together. I broke it up into a bunch of larger chunks, so it shouldn't be too much to reassemble. Big Ben, or Little Big Ben up there. That one was kind of disassembled, so that was quick to reassemble. I know the International Space Station has a few more pieces to put back together there. Have you seen scientists might have cracked Jupiter's aurora? No. Where was this reported there? If you have a link there, Muffin, drop that on there. I'd like to check that out. The TARDIS Lego set would be nice too. It kind of fits the theme. It does deal with the space and timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly stuff there. Is that set retired though? Is that going to be like an arm and a leg for that one? There's Doctor Strange.
Every star will die, including our own sun. Eventually all that will be left is a sparse soup of particles and radiation.
What's up,
Even
Ivor?
the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe, leaving everything just a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. But TGIF, am I right?
It smells like pancakes. What's going on at Hyperwork? How are you doing, sir? TGIF indeed. The Lego Ideas Doctor Who set is $189 now. Saturday now for you. That's true. It's Saturday now for you. I still have a few hours of Friday. As long as it's as long as it's still Friday for somebody, we're good. So the resellers of that is kind of cool. Payday weekend, things are pretty good. Excellent, good to hear. That's good. Hope all is well on your side of the pond. What have you been up to lately? It's been we haven't managed to cross paths enough in some other streams there. See, I would not be adverse to having the Doctor Who set, but I feel like my mother-in-law would end up building it instead. I had 2 days off, 3 slow days of work. It's funny how sometimes those slow days at work, you can, it's like the time moves backwards for you there. You played the Super Nintendo, the reissue, or like an original Super Nintendo. Your buddy from Canada sent the Doctor Who set a few years ago, sitting nice on your desk. I like Lego. Clearly, this is not a surprise to you guys, but it is fun just to have some of them just kind of sitting around there. You know, I would really like to. Although it would kind of just be for me, would be to clear off this part of the desk and have some more Lego sets sitting up here. Yes, we have a whole bunch of the other ones behind me, but there's still more that I have that aren't really in play at the moment. There, giant planets auroras aren't so different than those on Earth. I would assume they wouldn't be that much different. We know that, yeah, Jupiter's magnetic field is extremely strong. So you do have to. A lot of the spacecraft that do pass by Jupiter need to be heavily shielded. So the specific mechanism driving these flares has long been a mystery for more than 40 years. We've been puzzling over what may cause Jupiter's spectacular X-ray aurora. A study co-led by author Jean-Guohua Yao, a planetary scientist at the Key Laboratory of Earth and Planetary Physics in Beijing, told Space.com. To uncover the sources of these flares, researchers used NASA's Juno probe, which we do see Juno's probe whenever we have a new follower there. Juno's probe to inspect the giant planet's magnetosphere close up on July 16th and 17th, 2017. At the same time, they had European Space Agency's XMM Newton telescope, which orbits Earth, to remotely analyze X-rays from Jupiter. Oh, this is a nice, good article. All right. I will leave that tab open and get more into it. So obviously, so it has been since 2017. This data has been sitting there and being analyzed from the Juno mission. So you can just see that even the missions that have launched now, in another like 5-6 years, what's going to come from those. What's going to come from those studies, those parcels of data, you know? King's Assassin, what's going on? How you doing? I think you saw the article and your recommendations. Haven't read it yet, though. I will check that out in its entirety a little later on there. I'll leave, like I said, leave that tab open. The fact that it's X-rays of auroras made it so confusing, and we haven't been able to get that close without expensive shielding, which makes it super hard to study. So again, it's those terabytes of data that are sitting in there. Like a lot of the citizen science projects are where you're going to find some interesting discoveries as well, because there's just so much to go through. You were even thinking petabytes. Yeah. To be fair, I why the word petabytes also escaped my mind. But yeah, I would. How much? How big was the data packet just for the from the Event Horizon telescope? How much? Too much. Uh-oh, it's the bearded one. The sus one and his minions have arrived. Shotgun Steve. What's going on? Wheelchair Mavericks, hello there. What's going on, friends of the Anchor Club? Oh. Good to see you guys in here. Shotgun Steve, how are you doing, sir? Thank you so much for the raid. Glad to see you on in here today. There was one of the citizen science projects I got into was doing the measuring the sizes of the craters on, I believe it was on Bennu, or was it on the moon? We were measuring craters for Cosmo Quest X, one of the projects there. We have Scooby Jam. What's going on? How you doing? Yes, doing very well, Steve. Doing very well, good sir. And for those of you who have not checked out our friend Shotgun Steve, go check him out. A wonderful, luscious beard as well on this gentleman. From Bonnie, Scotland. Always some fun, chill times. Some good excitement watching him. Some nerve-wracking excitement watching Shotgun Steve play some Fall Guys as well. How many crowns you got now? What are you up to now, sir? Rocks. So much rocks. Boulders and more rocks. Bennu sounds a lot like Sudbury. Baba Zelny, come on. Welcome in. You wish you could grow a proper beard. I mean, you could probably get one off of Amazon, right? Get a nice, nice luscious beard there. You're like, what type of rocks? What are they? What are they made of? How big are they? That's the other thing. It's just seeing the scale of things. It's just, whenever we look at the moon, it's just, everything does seem so small. And yes, it is 2,000 miles in diameter for our moon. And realizing that some of these tiny looking craters are still miles in diameter, you can fit your whole town in them. And that's another thing, is I need to really start changing up my metrics here with imperial or metric there. You know, it's they're going to be mishmashed for a while. I'll tell you that for sure. I don't know, but you think shaving helps make your hair grow faster. So if you haven't got a lot, if you shave a lot and often, then stop it. Stop it. Get some help. You might start growing more. Just use Sports Illustrated units. Okie doke. I thought UK and Canada is pretty much the same. Both uses imperial metric. I mean, what I really was thinking of here, kilometers per hour for speeds on the road. UK measured in miles per hour. I really thought that everything was in kilometers where I was in the UK. I mean, it's the same way when you're looking for, either a 3/16 bolt or a wrench or a 10mm wrench. So you're not going to find them there. There is a mix. I mean, I've always I've mixed the two. It's been whatever was kind of picked up in schooling and whatever Bubba Zelnik was talking about, whatever she's more comfortable using for. I'm good with feet for height. I'm terrible with centimeters. If you tell me you're 120 centimeters tall or 180 centimeters tall, I don't know. Tell me you're 6 feet tall, or tell me you're 5.5 feet tall, and I'm fine with that there. UK uses a hodgepodge, but if you use miles for automotive and distance to your experience. And that's the other thing. I see the distance on the road signs now, and it's like 12 kilometers, but I'm thinking 12 miles. I'm like, oh my god, there's so much farther to go. And then no, it's in kilometers, and it just feels much shorter. Be right back. Need to put away the gauntlet and the Doom Slayer helmet. That thing looks cool though, Steve. That's cool. I have a helmet that I do want to put on display. I need to find it. And the helmet that I have came to me in a dream. It's so silly. But it worked out, and it actually happened, and I actually own it now. So once that goes on display, I'll tell you more about that story a little later once we have it on display there. Speed limit 120, pedal to the metal at 120 miles per hour. That's it. Also, I've noticed that for the little amount that I've been driving, and these posted speed limits now just seem like I'm sounding like a crotchety old man. Is that it's a serving suggestion. The road, like say it's like 60 kilometers an hour on the road, and everybody's going 80. And I found out that the quickest way to earn the contempt of other drivers is to just drive the speed limit. Just infuriate them by that. So it's like nobody. The speed limit is like blueberries on a cereal box. You don't need to have the blueberries in a cereal. You don't need to drive 60 kilometers an hour. Go ahead, do 80, do 90. We use grams for food and things like that, but stones and ounces for people's weight. That's the other thing. Stones. That threw me off. Trying to convert that for this thing. Just talking about general weight, and people are like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Well, how many pounds is in a stone? How many grams in a stone? You know. What's going on, Harry? How you doing, sir? Good to see you in here. Oh, Canada, indeed. Good to see you. Nick Ange, how you doing? Lovely to see you in here tonight. We have many, many members of the Anchor Club in here, which I will, I'll be kind of flip-flopping back and forth between the teams. We have our team photography, and I was fortunate enough to receive an invitation for the Anchor Club, which I will be proudly displaying on future streams. But good to see you guys in here. Yes, Anchor Club. Oh, gather around everybody there. It's a wonderful, wonderful things that the Warship is doing there and bringing everybody together. I feel like it's just such like everything that he's done that I want to continue that kind of ethos with the communities that are being built as well. Always, it's just great to see a lot of people kind of coming in, hanging out. And even if people are just dropping lurks, that's totally fine. Lurks makes Twitch go around, you know? It's always good to see you guys hanging out in here. And I am looking forward to the next few streams, because there is a high chance that in the next couple of days I will have my telescope and all the other bits of equipment in hand, and we can start getting that set up there. I would say the earliest I'll probably do a small. Actually, I'll watch the weather and see when we'll do a setup stream, because that'll kind of be like in the afternoon for me, and just have everything kind of set up in the back garden, in my backyard, so we can have a good idea of where we are going to be set up, what we can see, and I've shown the image of the backyard, which I still haven't gone into. Stellarium and fix that up yet. And when I get that all sorted out there, by the time the scope is loaded up on the deck there, then we'll have our views. We'll be able to start taking some images there. And yeah, we'll get back to the heart of what this channel is all about, and looking at images of space, live and in color, in a more light polluted area than before. But it's going to be interesting to see just how much light pollution can be cut out by some of the aggressive filters that we have. You keep getting emails off Steam like, hey, this thing is on sale, and hey, this other thing's on sale, and I'm like, Steam please. Steam no mas. Steam, why you do this to me? There's so many. There's a lot of like some cheap as free games that are good as well. What is the? I still have, what was one game? Besieged was one game that I had put on my wish list, and it keeps popping up every now and then. Your physics class use grams and kilograms for mass also, and they translate into newtons by multiplying by gravity for the weight. The weight is just mass being applied by gravity. There's a lot of other I've missed some of the chat about the isn't grams meant for mass and ounces for weight, or am I thinking of something else? I always thought of ounces were being more used for like liquid. Well, there's liquid ounces as well. That's the other thing. We're just trying to figure out whether grams and kilograms is mass or weight. It's a unit of measure. Fluid ounces and normal ounces. I mean, language is just crazy in itself, you know? An imperial ounce of volume and weight. The cops have no problem making their speeding ticket quota every month. They just get extra busy handing out tickets when it isn't rush hour. Just saying. Well, I figure if they can't nab you all. So if you're kind of in the middle of the pack, you can skirt them. I always felt like if you're kind of leading the pack, you can get dinged really quickly, or if you're kind of the last one in line in the, you get a series of cars that are going along the highway. If you're last in line, there's like nothing. You're just kind of keeping up with them, and then they get you for that. I mean, if you weigh yourself in kilograms, you'd like, but there's not many people as far as I know. See, I know pounds for weight. Kilos, no, don't know. Your grandpa complains even if you're doing the speed limit in a construction or school zone. Have no idea how roughly enforce that stuff, but I don't want to find out. See, that's it. If I end up getting a speeding ticket, that's less money that I can spend on telescope equipment. That's less money available for Lego. That's less money available for a new pair of underpants that cringes every time I buy a new telescope. It's easily avoidable. I can be a stickler for the rules there. But it's I would be so cheesed to get like a $150 ticket when that could have gone towards a new filter, You've always done stones and ounces for weight, so you would know pounds, or you'd have to convert it. I mean, that's what our smartphones are for, but at the same time, you just want to know. You just want to know what we're dealing with there. I live in 2 countries with kilograms, though. I know, but for some reason, it's just how much is how much does this like 30 kilos feel? I don't know. How much does 20 pounds feel? Got a better idea for that. Although, 25 kilos, that would be like a bag of sharp sand at Home Depot or B&Q. Everyone else doesn't really seem to care. They don't mind going 50 in a school zone. You get passed all the time in a 25 zone by speeding people, and the cops ain't there actually catching the people, catch them rather than going for the people going 2 over. Well, there's also been like certain speeds they won't chase for safety. So it's like, why did they get off on that ticket? One kilo is greater than 1 pound. Isn't like 1 kilo like 2.2 pounds or something like that? Or is that another measurement that we're doing there? You like the metric measurements because it's a logical example. 1,000 grams is 1 kilogram. That's it. It's just nice even numbers. A kilometer is 1,000 meters. A mile is 1,580 2 feet or something like that. You need to convert back and forth constantly because the automotive industry uses both kilos and pounds. Yeah, 12 inches for a foot and then 3 feet for a yard makes no sense. Why do you have such an odd number to make one even number? I mean, I guess if everybody agreed on that, we'd have nothing to complain about. We enjoy pissing and moaning about imperial and metric and just how everything seemingly makes sense and doesn't make sense at the same time. Also, in this American system, the same unit is used for both mass and force. It's just pounds and what, foot pounds as well? Or is that, yeah, foot pounds is a measure of force now. At least you're not being taught the archaic Dutch measurement, which is a unit where 1 pond, which sounds pretty much darn close to a pound, is exactly 0.5 kilograms. Screw you up in college when you go to an American college. It's all over the place. Again, it's like nobody can agree on things. We need some agreement here. 1 football field is 120 yards, including the end zone, which goes into 360 feet, and then 12 times 360 inches. Is there even an imperial unit smaller than an inch? Isn't just like a third, half, eighth, 16th? Their grains seem smaller there. Now we'll just start measuring everything in planks. That's all. Force equals mass times acceleration, you know, I do. One-eighth, 1/16th of an inch, also millimeters, which are 1/1000th of an inch, well, mils, which are 1/1000th of an inch. How did we get to this? At what point? When did I go off on measurements here? I don't mind it. I like it. I like where our tangents will go here. So in American units, acceleration ought to be dimensionless quantities. I agree. I think I agree. So I'm trying to think what I would really like to aim for the first target that we shoot. I'm wondering, should it be something that we have done before, so we can have that instant comparison of just how light polluted my back garden is here versus where it was back in England. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter where I lived before because there's nothing else there. You can't go into that back garden anymore. There's no telescopes there. But yeah, just seeing how big of a difference it is from an 8 to a 5, you know. Or 1,000th of a millimeter is 1/12,000th of an inch. A barley is 1/3 of an inch. So now we're measuring just bits of food. We'll also measure in coffee mugs. We'll need a standard size coffee mug. A small amounts are smidgens and dollops and scotias, which are half of a scooch. It's just a pinch. It's just a smidgen. It's just It's that much. That was the other thing. When my grandmother would cook, when my Bubba would cook, it was just whatever. It's this much. How much you putting in there? That much. That's it. Everything would be by eye, or just a general feel of things. Yeah, that's enough. That's enough baking soda. That's enough flour that goes in there. That's it. Try calculating measurements in old country. You know, like a scooch. If someone tells you to scooch up on the couch or something, just kind of to budge up, you know. Plus, there's a bridge in Massachusetts which is measured in smoots. There you go. Of course, we're talking about food. There you go. Right. Somehow we get with smidgens and scooches and pinches, we're into food. Like half of A is B, half of C is B, half of D is C, etc. Binary is annoying sometimes because it's like super simple once you understand it there. What was that one? No, went too far up there. And then there's lickety split, faster than a lickety split, which is faster than twinkling, according to Weird Al Yankovic. Weird Al Yankovic is great. Search speed camera map Toronto for whatever area you're in. Make sure that you aren't driving back and forth in one of those camera traps. You're getting hit with huge fines. Really. Well, there's like we have some in-car camera devices that'll tell you when a speed camera is coming up. I feel it kind of defeats the purpose of the speed cameras. So I don't want to let you know. That's the other thing. Driving in the UK, there was like speed cameras everywhere. You wouldn't see police patrolling. You wouldn't see them patrolling the area. But it's like you don't know. There was people always saying that there would be some speed cameras that were just there for show, or they would just be inoperative. They wouldn't always be monitoring them. You got to that point where you're flicking back and forth between pattern pages, making sure you haven't missed a stitch there. There have been some, not projects that I've worked on, because there have been so few, and I've been like almost solid colors anyway. But when Mrs. Canuck has done some cross stitch patterns, and it's at that point, like later on, it's like, ooh, that stitch shouldn't have gone there. That shouldn't have gone there. Is it noticeable? She'll have me check it over and see if I notice what's out of place. And I will never say anything is out of place. And then you gotta follow it on to the next page. That's true. Get Eastbreed. What's going on, Caleb? Captain? How are you, sir? Good to see you in here, Caleb. You goof unless it totally throws the whole thing. That's it. If you can get by with it, if it's an easy little, as long as like it doesn't like totally drop down like another level for another part of the pattern there, then that's when you gotta worry a little bit there. You got 2 traffic tickets in the same day in the UK, both Coventry, both cameras. That's the other thing. If you get pulled over by a police officer, you are speaking with a human who will follow the rules of the law, and whether they are following it to the letter of the law or the spirit of the law, sometimes this ticket can get knocked down where it is mainly just either a fine or a warning. I noticed in the UK that these cameras do not do any of that. They are black and white. If you are going over, they ding you, and that is it. There's no sweet talking, no being polite, no understanding. They just ding you, and that's it. Not saying that, fine, deserved it, going over the limit. But sometimes it can just be that you're following the flow of traffic, or just, I mean, they have no excuse. There are signs there's no excuse for bad driving. But sometimes it is just better to speak to a human. Even if you're trying to navigate through like a phone tree, speak to a human. That's what I want. I don't want to have to hit buttons to go through things there. Don't even get you started. The crow that your part through is very much like that. Just some kind of stitches here and there. Then you just like start making up stitches. Your mom got pulled over and got tickets like twice in 2 hours driving home from another state because your GPS was giving bad directions.
Where the hell is my ship? You gotta be shipping me. For shit's sakes, hurry up.
Where is the scope? Well, I can tell you where the ship is. Our ship, the MSC Sao Paulo, is currently moored in Montreal. It is being unpacked. And this is where it isn't. As far as I'm concerned, right now our scope, our equipment is on a truck somewhere heading towards Toronto, where I will hopefully get a phone call in the next 24 to 48 hours saying, please come collect your stuff. It is collecting dust. You need to get it out of here. So it has arrived. It has made it across the Atlantic Ocean, and it is on its way to Toronto, which is really, it's not that far of a drive. It's only going to take about 7 hours, maybe. Cenobite, how are you doing tonight? Welcome on into the observatory. Thank you so much for the follow. A nice channel, thank you. Welcome on in. Glad to have you with us tonight. We are tracking where is my telescope from a port in Liverpool, England, all the way to the port of Montreal. That's where we've been waiting with bated breath for the last week and a half, making sure that our consignment safely crossed the Atlantic Ocean, and it is on its way to us. So we will get the scope set back up there, and we'll start imaging the night sky as soon as possible. And yeah, definitely looking forward to that. Speed cameras generally have a 3 mile per hour discrepancy, so you can go 3 miles above the limit, you'd generally be okay. Imagine if crime was so black and white, whether it was innocent or death penalty. I know, right? My equipment was surrounded by Scousers. I was in East of England. I was in Essex. I was an Essex boy for a while. I went through the program and logic flowcharts. We used it before and after process of calling places, and it was a mess. So that was your automated call response. Oh, I see. All right, part of the other conversation there. Not that Essex is much better. So many orange people. There were you kind of pass by the right group of people going, people who are going out, and they're all dressed up and they have the big eyelashes. You can get like a nice breeze as they blink if you're chatting to any of them. Yeah. Yeah, they're not just going out. You're going out. Orange skin, fake eyebrows to certain American. Yeah, the same telltale skin tone there. But it was always... I didn't often go out. We were more concerned with going to different countries and not spending the money in the clubs, which is Astro Canuck of days before, with all long hair, more hair, less beard. And that was the time when we would go ow, ow. AP is for Advanced Placement. It's a program run by the same company that does CLEP and SAT exams. And it's a pain in students' asses when it comes to applying to colleges and stuff. You can't imagine me with less beard. There's a, it's not on here, there's a SnapCam filter that will have me with no beard. Maybe we'll do that as a 1,000,000-point redeem. To remove the beard digitally. Oh yes, it was less beard. There were not the baby face one, but it's a crazy one to see there. It was less beard, and there was different lines shaved in my face. A permanent no beard filter is called a Gillette. Gillette Extra Foamy, Extra Sensitive. How could I make things even more luscious? What would I do there? I could like not style the beard and just be like a. Oh, more beard. More beard is, yeah, that's easy. That's just, just go like that. Become Radagast from Lord of the Rings. I don't know if it, well, I don't know. I don't know what I would do. The beard is, it's in need of a bit of a trim. I know that. Just tidied up a tiny bit there. Unstyled, bushy beard is fine. There are times I'll catch a glimpse of it and I'm like, well, it's fine. But then there's other, it gets unruly sometimes. It's not what I'm looking for all the time there. I like it neat and kept out of the way and not in my food. Although it's long enough again to braid. But I tried it myself. It didn't work out too well. Maybe I'll convince Mrs. Canuck to throw a few braids in there for one stream. Maybe next time I cut my hair, we'll get that sorted out and see if we can throw some braids and stuff in there. So I was really hoping that I was going to be able to have the new background set up with pictures hung on the wall there. I will aim to have that for tomorrow's stream. I'll have a bit more time tomorrow to get those popped up on the wall. And you know, like we had our Canada Day celebration. The Canuck Crunch, that's staying. That's not going anywhere. Because it's got Canuck on it. I will pop huge for that. That's fine. There's still a few other bits and pieces that I do want to get sorted out and add to the shelf. I said Grimlock, he's going to come out of the box. He's not mint in the box. It has already been opened and displayed. But we do have our usual bits and pieces here. We have our Tin Peak Astronaut boat that I'm keeping in the rotation there. We got that sorted out. That channel port reading is on there. And what I've added as well, there's another book that is 30-second astronomy. And there's cool little tidbits of things in here that we can just pull out some other interesting facts in there. So I do have what I've added as a 300-bit reward that will almost challenge me to finish one of the 30-second astronomy pages in the 30-second time limit. A penalty for that? I haven't figured out what I could have for a penalty. if I can't get that read in 30 seconds, which is almost guaranteed. I'm not going to finish the little blurb in 30 seconds there. Before you image tonight, you better do a system check. My scope has been sitting in the lounge room for the last 3 weeks doing nothing. Ooh, get it, you stretch its legs, get it working again there, get it all limbered up. That's the other thing. There's going to be a lot. I'm setting up from scratch. I have everything back in its factory box and loaded up there as if it is going to be technically brand new. So that'll be time consuming, because that is also going through my list of knowing, because some bits are randomly placed in boxes, so it is kind of reassembling things, and there is going to be a bit of a reshuffle of how everything is set up on here, and hopefully get everything kind of looking the same as what we have now, but at least I'll have my monitors back as well. I think I'm making an astrophotography book titled Tips and Tricks for Astrophotography. Tip number 1. Don't get into it. Trick number 2. Convince yourself it's all part of the plan. It'll be a 1,000-page book with take darks, take flats over and over again. New York Times bestseller. Take your subframes. Make sure you get rid of any unwanted data. What are darks? What are flats? We don't take flats here. Not as some sort of weird rebellion. It's just how it is. Although, like I said, there's it's what the plan is we will have our touring scope, but we will also have our imaging scope as well. And I mean, ideally, the ideal plan would be our touring scope could be a RASA. So we are not going to be spending just 10 minutes on a target, but we can soak in those photons much quicker and much more efficiently with a faster telescope and have some amazing views. But then we'll also have our other scope collecting data, so we'll have hours and hours of a target that we can work on for our rainy day astronomy sessions, and still all the while enjoying just the different views that we have. And maybe we'll even switch up. Maybe the RASA will be our imaging scope and our touring scope will be our deep sky. We'll go back to looking at some deep sky objects. So I would, for the future, would like to have those options so we can be a little more dynamic on things there. And just being able to to switch things up on the fly. Like, okay, fine, maybe there isn't really anything that we're going to be imaging, so we can go back and forth between our wide field and our deep sky. So maybe we'll look at, let's say, I'll say the Heart Nebula. We'll be on the Heart Nebula with the RASA. Quick images, wonderful shots, but then we're also doing like super long exposures on the deep sky. We're looking at the core. We're looking at Malot 15 with the deep sky scope, with some other aggressive filters, and just being able to jump back and forth between looking at the same object but at different focal lengths and getting greater details. You see in the narrowband subs taken with a plane wave, the vignetting is just commits Sudoku. I mean, the vignetting can be a problem with things there, but I think if you got the right imaging train, you can try to mitigate as much vignetting as possible. I guess I would like to work with data from a plane wave, or even just get one somehow. Sell another kidney. The only problem with the RASA is you can't fully automate the system if you're imaging mono. That is true. That would be tonight. It's all being shot in red, and that's it. Although, is there some way to automate it? Will someone develop some sort of some sort of filter changing device for a Rasa. Is there any way? Is there any way around that? I'm going to guess no. No, it would involve. Yeah, you have your filter drawer. Just now, I mean, you have to go out and adjust everything. What if we were to develop like a bendable filter that works almost as good as a glass filter, but it's almost like this conveyor belt that kind of sits on top of the camera, just kind of rolls through. Like some sort of film that goes over it. So it isn't a glass substrate that you're using for the filters. Just make some magical like soft filter that'll bend on there. There's someone who made a Rasa with an eyepiece if you want to see your head all night. That'd be very boring. You don't want the head. What we're gonna see on this noggin? We're gonna see some sunspots, some wrinkles, maybe a couple of spots. That's not what we want to be looking at. Although, no, we wouldn't. I still like the idea of using like some large telescopes as binoculars. No, I mean, well, what if you had the eyepiece? This is getting ridiculous now. The eyepiece that's stuck out from the Rasa, but just far enough out of the way, so maybe you'll have like this large blocked area, and you could use as a visual scope. No. What's an eyepiece? An eyepiece is this useless bit of kit that gets in the way of your camera. I've yet to use a really, really good eyepiece as well. I've always had the kit. So I don't know, looking at a teleview lens or something like that. Like there, people say there's like these amazing views that you can see with a nice telescope and a really nice eyepiece that can like totally change your views on the night sky. But I've always just been using the cheapo little kit ones. So maybe my tune would change if I was in a darker sky area with a much nicer bit of equipment that is better designed for visual astronomy. You get two teleview eyepieces that you love. I don't think that anybody really sells on their televiews, do they? It's just it's a really nice piece of glass that you get some. I mean, I've only heard good things about them, and that they're super expensive, but for a good reason. And it's one of those things that almost everybody seems to agree on, that it's you're you're spending a lot of money, but you don't waste your money on that. And that's the other thing is that's what I'm okay with when it comes to any form of astro imaging or any kind of visual observations, is that you spend the money, but you know you're getting a good product that's going to give you as little headaches as possible, and you're just going to have more time enjoying the night sky. You don't always want to be faffing about with equipment or just having certain eyepieces. I know a lot of the time with eyepieces, you would get like the eyelash that would just, you'd blink and everything just kind of, you get the eyelashes sitting in front there, and it's maybe like a deeper well for some of the eyepieces, you know. You could theoretically put an extension tube in the camera mount with a 45-degree mirror and then place an eyepiece on the side of the Rasa, which is practically a Newtonian telescope. But they didn't develop the Rasa for that. They want to have the fast optics, but I get the idea of the Rasa. And same thing when you throw a hyperstar in front of an Edge HD or something, or one of those celestial, one of those scopes, that you are reducing the focal ratio, but at the expense of you're just adding more spider veins to the object there. And it's interesting to see how people do mount their cabling with the RASA to try to at least make the image not so jarring, I guess, and not have as much have as little interference as possible when it comes to what's going across the end of the optical tube. Just to see what how people are engineering the RASA to have almost as clean of an image as possible. Which at that point, it's that the whole point of the scope is those fast optics and a wonderful image. And if you kind of muck up how all your cabling is, it just kind of seems to throw things completely out of balance and out of whack for your images there. Like I said before, seeing images with diffraction spikes before I had the RC8, having my own kind of Newtonian scope, I didn't like them. So now having a scope that is going to produce the diffraction spikes, I would almost want to create an even for spider veins on the RASA to just kind of continue on with that. And it's just then at that point it's not being able to have that the weird diffraction spikes that come with the RASA sometimes. All right, Muffin, good to see you. Good to see you as well. It is it's getting late for my UK compatriots over there, but have a good evening. Looking forward to seeing you again. Yes, supporting the Anchor Club in every way, shape, or form. So thank you so much. We'll see you very, very soon. Ross is the telescope with a squiggly diffraction spike. I guess you really got to get the cabling like nice and tight there. But I think I would probably try to go for the route of just recreating 4 spider veins on the RASA to kind of even things out there. And really, I guess how much of a difference is that going to make? Yeah, it's you're getting the fast optics, and that's really what we want to see is how quick of an image we can get to ooh and ah over. Now, I did watch. I was watching Fraser Cain with one of the virtual star parties a while back, and some of the images coming off from the RASA, it was like it would almost start imaging as soon as they went to the target and didn't let the scope settle. And they were just kind of like, I know he really kind of keeps it down to like an hour or so for his for those streams. So it is kind of like, brevity is his friend with looking at targets. But at the same time, some globular clusters I noticed, almost any target that they were kind of shooting with a RASA, they were like imaging like right away, and there was movement. And it wasn't a particularly windy day at the time, but it was just like that time of waiting for the scope to settle in. It was just one of those things that was just like, I wonder why? Like, how impatient? Or I know, like, maybe it is just that they might get through as many targets as possible. They have limited time with the scope that they were using. I know they were using a remote scope with one of OPT's remote scopes. So it was a little more, I guess, they had that smaller window of time, so you didn't have, I guess, the luxury of waiting a couple of minutes between each target there and then start imaging and then getting the image coming through there. So you kind of, I guess, in that way, you did have to kind of move things along a little quicker. But in the sense where we're doing it here, with the live imaging sessions, we've had them go for like 8 hours, and right now with this chair, I don't see you going 8 hours straight on a target there. There would definitely be longer than a coffee break intermission with with those sessions there. But at the same time, I think we'll be able to. So we'll get some interesting images coming through there, and I'm just really looking for. Like, I'm still debating on what, like, we will have the Cygnus constellation available. We'll have the Crescent Nebula and the North American Nebula, to which we'll be able to check out as many targets as we can, because there's going to be a lot available. Like right now, it is. Hang on, wait. I was going to go over to Stellarium, but I need to change the location. All right. So. There we go. All right. I also took a new image of the back garden where I actually have the top of the tree. So we'll be able to get that out of there. So east is going to be sitting like more over this way here. South is going to be a little more in that direction. Actually, let me see if I can. No, I have to restart that. Forget it. But largely, is what we're looking for is what's going to be available up above for us. And we should have pretty much straight up will be a lot of the North American Nebula, Satyr, as well as the Crescent Nebula. We're going to have a lot of those targets available for us that we're going to be able to go after and spend a lot of time on there. Should mark the photo with north, south, east, and west to make it easier to align. Well, what kind of comes into this is this. Yeah, let me show you. Where is it? It's the arbitrary rotation in Stellarium. Because let me get into that. It wants just like a rotation of 0 to 360 degrees, and it's kind of like you start off as with one option there, and then kind of play with it from there. Like your elevation, that's easy to input there. Whoop. It's yes, that angle of rotation is where you have to get that aligned to north. I know where north is in the map. Actually, this is the old one there. Where is that file? Let me see that there. So I can find that. And maybe we can move that over there. You always get beat up by the photometrist in your group when n isn't within 1 degree of exactly up in images. So right now, north is we're way off from north at the moment. let's see if I can find that file. Maybe we can kind of fiddle around with that location there, or with the orientation. I mean, if you can mark N in the photo, then you can just fiddle with the number until it aligns with the compass and stellarium, then replace it in the image without N in the marker. Well, I do have, like I said, I do have another image taken where I have north, or sorry, not where I have north, where I have like everything that I need. Turn the atmosphere back on. So I won't have a tree that's cut off. I'll actually have like the whole tree in the shot there. Which, as well, this tree is also going to get a little bit of a pruning. So we'll have more of the eastern sky available to us. So this would be where north is, exactly right where it needs to stitch. And then if I can just find out where the devil that file went off to, because then I'll be able to no, that's not where it is. So if I fix that up now, then we can actually get back to where all right. Let's go angle rotation. All right, that's the. All right, I'm gonna move over to this window for a second, so you're not completely dox myself here, because you know. Mild privacy. But if we can edit these, at least get this in the right position, then when I put the image back in, then we can we'll give that a go here. So, latitude. Let's see if we can get this working for us right now. And then fix that one up there. All right. What is my... So we have that angle rotation. We'll say, let's go... I'm going to go back to what it was before, 60. All right. Do close stellarium. Do save this. Oh, that's right. I kept getting that. That was my problem I had with. It wouldn't let me save as the .ini file. I wanted to be able to. This isn't a come on. Come on. We're looking quite good tonight. Thank you very much there, Nick. Appreciate that. I'm going to credit the ring light for some reason. And just better lighting as well. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. But how have you been doing? How have you been doing? This is, we have a transition period going on there. Where there's going to be some changes. It's going to be almost a little more dynamic with how the background is going to be. I was kind of hoping to cut my hair today as well, but I also realized the clippers I had were they're only in the 230 volts, and I don't have anything to step down the voltage, so my hair is still long and very long at the top. So yeah, maybe we'll go out and buy some clippers tomorrow. You've been better, but you're well enough. Hey, it's doing the best we can, right? Hanging in there. But good to see you, as always, man. Security! What's going on, sir? How have you been? Doing a bit of a lurk. Appreciate that. I'm going to see if I can even just quickly convert the text into a .ini file. Maybe save it as a text and convert it afterwards. Let's see. It keeps saying I do not have their permission, which I should. I'm the only person on here. So I will save this as a text file. Let's just go that. It's probably read only. Alright, let me put it on the desktop. Okay, it's saved on the desktop. So let's see if I just have to drag it into the, just drag it into the folder. Will that make a difference? Will that work out? All right, it is the 9th of July. There we go. There we go. All right. So what I ended up having to do, try this, click Start Notepad, highlight with Notepad, right-click Notepad, iPad, run, select Run as Administrator. Ooh, that might have been a good thing to do. Here's what I ended up doing. And it worked. Not that button. We want this button. So I moved the, saved the file on there onto the desktop, and then dragged it into Stellarium, where it said click continue as administrator. So let's see if that worked there. Let's see if that worked. That ought to do it. If it did, then we can really start playing around with the rotation, because everything else should be correct. It's just the rotation we got to deal with to make sure we're actually looking at north. Okay, so south is a little more in the wrong direction here. That's fine. At least, see, that was east before. And that went, all right, so there's east, and I put in 60 degrees. So west, north is way in the wrong position there. Yeah, we are, let's go with, we do 100 and, almost got to do 180. It's almost, So there's not 180. Let's say I don't know. Let's try 185 and see what happens there. Because north should be like right here. I don't know how many degrees that is from there to there. But if we do no, so if we kind of want to do a 180 from this point, we would want to have it at 240. Let's give it a go. All right, so now for some reason I can actually edit it and save it. So clearly by doing that, it has allowed me to do that there. There's, oh, south's a little, okay, maybe. I put in 60. All right, so there's a little, all right, we want north to come back this way. So, what did I write in there? I put 240. Let's go to. We're almost there. We're almost there. Let's go. We'll go 260. All right. So it's a lot of closing and opening stellarium. Oh. What? $1, Bob. $1. Ooh, we're closer. We are closer, but not quite. Almost there. What did I put there? I put. I put 260. We have to go. Let's try. We're gonna have to go up a little bit more. A little bit more. So we'll go. Let's go 275. 275, Bob. No, wait, it's not Bob. It's Drew. It's Drew. It's Drew Carey. I always grew up with Bob Barker. That was it. When we had days off from school, you were 100% watching The Price is Right. There was never anything else that was going to be on TV. You were not missing The Price is Right. All right, I think 275 was too much. We're gonna go. Let's go to. Let's beat you. Let's go 269. Because things aren't always going to be even, right? Go 269 degrees of rotation, and that should put us in a good spot in stellarium. We'll actually have a better idea of what it is we can see. Yeah, I'm going to call that one. I'm going to call that one as close as possible as until I redo it again. So, north. We're going to want to be looking just up over these trees for Polaris. and that is almost low. It's lower to the trees, but I can raise the scope up. That'll be fine. So let's see. Usually we'll probably start imaging around maybe, let's say, 10 o'clock. No. 10, it's 11:30. Let's say just around close to 10:30 is when our kind of earliest imaging time may start. So this is not a totally accurate representation of how much to the south we're going to be able to see, because there actually is going to be there's going to be a fair gap in between the two houses here, where we're going to have more views to the south. Because where I was standing was just a little bit ahead of where the scope is going to be, but after this weekend, I'll have that area cleared out, and I might even we'll take another picture from there so we can get the scope in, have me in the right spot where the scope is going to be. But this is generally what we're going to be able to see, and almost an unobstructed view straight up, and almost a 360-degree view, save for a little bit to the east. Gonna have to take a demolition team to take down the houses. Well, I mean, the main house is going to be in the way. I mean, I don't know if I'll even keep it in this exact same position. I think we'll probably see, because the scope is going to go here. So I was kind of standing a little off to the side there, and that's going to open up more views. That's going to open this view between the houses into the south. But the west is like nice and clear. So like late in the evening, once the we're going to get some of those eastern targets going to almost like swing around, that will have a little bit of a better view, and also being able to see more of the planets when they kind of roll around that way, you know. So I'm looking forward to that. Also, I mean, like, also where the sun is, like, you know, we are going to have like hours with the sun. You know, I would easily say, what is that, like 12 o'clock in the afternoon? It's going to be in prime viewing distance or location there. Actually, chances are it's going to be even easier to see over the house when I'm sitting in the right position there. So when we get the solar scope sorted out there, and we'll have some fantastic views. So that's one thing I'm definitely looking forward to. And there we go. There is a pretty much, I'm going to say 100% chance that we're going to get a look at the Eagle Nebula. That's going to be our view. Sorry. Excuse me. There we go. That is going to be our view for the Eagle Nebula. We're going to have those views to the south and to the southwest that are largely going to be unimpeded by the houses. So we're going to have some time with those targets. And you know what? I'm also happy if I'm a little wrong in the calculation with the altitude. You know what? We're going to be able to. We'll get the Omega Nebula as well in pretty much all its glory. Looking forward to that for sure. So there's where we're at. For a whole bunch of southern targets that we've never been able to get to. Like, there's a bunch of clusters that we're going to be able to look at, and definitely want to be breaking out the wide field scope so we can get some, We get some nice views of the core there. And like right straight up above, straight up towards the zenith, we'll have everything in Cygnus. Everything in Cygnus and and pretty much more. So I'm really excited to see everything that we're going to have available to us. And it's like, that's going to cut out a little more of the light dome as well, so we can actually have a better view of things. So if we were to throw the 72 ED, we could just squeeze in like almost the entire Veil complex. So there's so much that we're going to get, and I'm really excited for it. And this is almost like I want to have more than one mount now. I want to be able to like switch scopes on the fly, but then that also requires another camera, which that is another camera is not in the budget right now. So that is that's a down the line kind of thing. And like I said, our imaging scope and our touring scope will be set up that I'd like to have. And again, eventually, even further down the line, what I want to be able to do is have a live star party, a live stream to star party, where we actually have a few people getting together, and if they have scopes themselves, to bring those along. And if we can find a nice dark sky site to meet up at, and I can get the whole streaming system set up where I can actually do a real reliable IRL stream, but is like supremely powered enough that I'm not going to be able to, I won't have to worry about losing power. If we have a few batteries on standby where we can swap things out if need be. That's something very interesting. It's something that I'm really looking forward to be able to do. And now, at least that we have our views, we know what we're going to be able to see. We are in we're in a great position right now to be able to look at a lot of the Milky Way targets. Yes, we're going to have to deal with a lot of satellites going over. But as long as we can start looking straight up towards the zenith, I feel like there's going to be almost too much to choose from. Because, we roll on to early in the morning, 4 in the morning, and actually I probably, for a fair portion, will probably get a lot of time on the Iris Nebula. And now that we have the Ioptron L Pro, we'll be able to get those nice views. There we go. Of the Iris Nebula in the broadband spectrum, and hopefully pull out some great details, because that is definitely what I want to be able to see. That satellite, no. What are you? You're not a Starlink, but you're very slow moving. But no, we want the Iris Nebula as much as possible, because that was one of those targets that I kind of felt like I missed out on past couple of seasons. We got like one shot of the Iris from a single exposure, which looks nice. That's great. I like that. But it's I want to put the time in on it. I want to be able to have hours worth of exposures on here and really get some depth in this image, and also being able to pick out the interstellar flux nebula as well. To really capture those dust lanes that are pretty much hidden around here. Like we have you'll have your standard kind of 3-4 hour exposure, but you can start piling on the time and really start to bring out the fine dust lanes in around these areas. And it's all over the place as well, but no flats. Now, if I am dedicating the time to a target, I will take my subframes. I will get those in order so that we can have as clean of an image to work with as possible. And really, it shouldn't take that long. And also, if I can have a light box that I can use for the flats, and take out the chance encounter of having a nice clear early dawn sky to be able to do the flats with. If I can, I'll check out a cheap light box on Amazon that I can use, and at least that way we can take our flats. We can stop not having flats in our imaging train there. Or sorry, not in our imaging train, in our post processing setup there. At least then we can have even cleaner data to work with. Like for a lot of the shots we've worked on, there hasn't been any subframes, and just seeing how clean the data comes out without any darks for the ASI 533, I feel like taking the darks is not like useless, but I really should be doing that and encouraging that as well, because that's what is going to help save your image. Is just cut out everything that you don't want, that you don't need. There are going to be a few targets as well that towards the north that we're going to have some time with that we really didn't have a lot with back in England. So it's going to be an interesting time there. Where is Jupiter? Let's get rid of the ground. Yeah, let's get rid of the deep sky objects. And stars? Okay, well, we'll get rid of the stars altogether. Everything is kind of sitting around the sun at the moment. There's Jupiter and Saturn. Alright, so, in the early morning hours, we will have... Early mornings, yes, we'll have a chance at Jupiter and Saturn coming up there, so that's going to be... That'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to that for sure. So as long as we have some nice clear skies ahead, which I know as soon as I take possession of my telescope equipment again, every single cloud is going to rear its ugly head and just going to sit right over top of my town, and that's it. We will just have non-stop rainy day astronomy sessions, waiting for these clouds to clear. Although for the most part, I've had some almost reliably clear forecasts that we're waiting to utilize there, but without any telescopes to actually do some deep sky imaging. It's and also my DSLR camera. It's you sitting here, kind of set up in a semi-permanent position, in a semi-retired manner, and I don't have any light pollution filters on to hand, so that's another bit of an issue. If I was to try to do any astrophotography, I wouldn't get anything longer than maybe a 10-second exposure, which isn't going to be a lot of time. So, judging by the forecast, it does appear that we will be getting the telescope on Saturday. Because was it Wednesday evening? If all goes well with retrieving the equipment and getting everything set up, Wednesday evening could quite possibly be the very first imaging session with almost 5 passes of the International Space Station, which we'll keep an eye on, because we have been photobombed by the ISS before, and that's not what we want. We want to be able to get as many, although it's not that we don't want the ISS passing through, but you've seen the scar that it leaves on the image. it is substantial. So as long as we can avoid that, we'll know where it is. And if we can get some imaging time, so that is 20 after 10 is when it's going to be dark enough for some early imaging sessions there. Although what I usually had done in the past was to take the start a 30-minute exposure. Now we're in a Bortle 8 zone. We're in a much higher light pollution area, so I don't know if doing a 30-minute exposure, a single 30-minute exposure, is going to work out that well. We'll still try it. We'll have to see how it's going to turn out. But I think anything with that, we're going to be using the Altair Astro tri-band filter. That'll be our most aggressive narrowband filter we have at the moment. And that's going to dictate really how long our new longest exposure is going to be. If it doesn't seem too impacted by the light pollution, then I'm happy. That's great. Then there's less that we have to worry about. But if it's going to suffer in some way, shape, or form, that we're going to have to cut back the exposure time to try and get as much detail as possible, then that's how it's just going to be. Until we can have the scope in a lower light pollution area, if we can even get back to a 5, then I'm happy with that. Also, still want to give the L Extreme filter a go, because that is going to be that is what's going to cut out even more light pollution. It's only going to be going through the hydrogen alpha and the oxygen 3 layers of band passes. So that is what we're hoping to achieve, to get as much imaging time as possible. But yeah, judging by the cloud coverage, what do we have for? Is it raining or is it just cloudy? Yeah, lots of rain. Saturday is just cloudy, of course. Saturday, tomorrow, our rainy day astronomy session. I'm going to look through what data I have available to try and work with there. See what post processing we can play around with there, as well as following up Sunday morning, if that is going to work out for me. The weather's notwithstanding. Sunday morning we're going to watch the Virgin Galactic launch, to watch them send Richard Branson into outer space with a giant trebuchet and see how he likes it. But that'll be the plan for tomorrow's stream. And also, what I want to be able to do is get the artwork hung up as well, so we can kind of start to really decorate the back office in here. So we have our general relativity print, as well as our special relativity print, which I'll probably should make a copy of this so we can take a look at it closer. We can see exactly what it is, as well as hanging up my moon image as well. And I also need to get frames. I need to get frames for these, for some graded comics that I picked up. So the significance of this one, Avengers number 96, this is actually the debut of essentially the modern day Avengers logo. So I happened to see this when I was in Scotland, actually, and picked it up for a decent price, I would say. And it was like the only graded comic that was like sitting in the shop there. I'm thinking, why? What's so special about this one? And it was the debut of essentially the modern day logo, which was really cool. So we'll look to get a picture frame. There are actually specialty designed frames for those, for the comics, that will actually, you can pop them on in there and hang them up just like a picture. which is great because, you know, yeah, you can kind of stack those on the shelf, but they're just kind of leaning up against the shelf, and it's like, no, I like stuff hung up on the wall. We also need to build the Hubble Space Telescope as well. Debating whether or not this is going to be an on-stream build, or if I'll just kind of have it ready. I don't know what's the where's the instructions for these? I think you need like pliers. I'll have to find some pliers, wherever those are going to be. Somewhere. Let's take. How do you open this? Is there a flap? They don't even have like this little zip down here. Excuse me, Hubble. I'd like to take a look at you. And not bend it. Wow, that's it. There is everything I need to build the Hubble Space Telescope. That is that's some fine fiddly bits of material in there. My goodness. All right. So it is one sheet, so it should take that long. See if they have like a time listed on here of how long it's going to take. Recommended tools: wire cutters and tweezers and pliers. I can do that. That can be. Oh, I gotta you gotta bend this stuff around. Okay, so what we'll also do for this one, Tropical Geek, how you doing? Good to see you in here. I think we're gonna have to pick an over/under while I'm building. It says there's, you know, with the sharp edges. For this, we'll have to pick an over/under for how many times I cut myself. Twitch is being a Twitch tonight. Is it now? Is it now? It's no good. You're sweating. Oh, we're not too bad right now. Not too bad. It's what are we at, like 20 some odd degrees. No, actually, what do we have? It was kind of raining today, so it's been kind of cool. I won't complain about the weather right now at all. To you, this is not that you see streams buffering like no tomorrow. Well, that's no good. That's no good. Twitch is doing that. Are we buffering right now? Is this buffering for you? Because I've tried to minimize as much bandwidth that's kind of going out to you guys. Try to mitigate any issues. But our telescope is no longer in this position. This is just where our ship has been moored. It has arrived in Montreal, and at some point, somewhere, it is between Montreal and Toronto. So that is where that's where our scope is headed. Which it would have been nice if maybe they could have made it into, gone that extra mile, come into Lake Ontario, just show up there for us. Now, one thing I was showing on our Discord was one of the past locations of the scope, but there's also an impact crater in this area. So in the Manicouagan Reservoir, which is also the Manicouagan Crater, this is 100 kilometers in diameter. This is an impact crater from an asteroid that was about 5 kilometers wide, and hit the Earth about 215 million years ago. And it has created this crater. Now, I wonder if we do go on Google Maps, if we can actually kind of see where the elevation of this crater is, or how deep this is. Like I said, this one was formed 215 million years ago, and there are a couple other impact craters in Canada. These are another 2 impact craters, 2 smaller ones here. Now, I don't know if this part of Hudson Bay might be part of an impact crater as well. All right, back from system check. The mount slews properly, cam cooler vent cleaned, taking pics, focuser recalibrated, sequence set on Nina. All systems go, sir. Ready to start imaging? Because you are, what time, Caleb, what time is it for you now? Are you 9 p.m. or are you like 11 p.m.? Are we 12 hours difference? 11 a.m. Sorry, 11 a.m. Not p.m. All right, so you're 14 hours ahead of me. What are the winning lottery numbers? I will happily share a portion of the winnings with you. So yeah, these are. So there's these 2 impact craters and this impact crater here that I know offhand that are in Canada. You won't be set until about 5 p.m. Polar aligning around 5:40. That's what you're approaching. You guys are coming into winter now, so your nights are getting nice and long. At what point is that? Yeah, so you're approaching civil dark or nautical dark around that time. And are you do you have a pole master for polar alignment? Also, I need to get a mouse mat because this is just really loud and annoying. Can you hear my mouse moving? Well, it looks like you can't. We have just passed solstice, so nights are getting shorter. Use SharpCap. SharpCap just gives you a series of numbers, doesn't it? It doesn't give you like a live view. I'm just curious, because if you're using SharpCap and you were to start rocking like the ASI Air or the ASI Air Pro, you probably wouldn't have too much of a headache with their polar alignment routine. So where is your telescope before this thing crashes again? The telescope is en route to Toronto. The ship has landed. The ship has made port in Montreal, so it just needs to come from Montreal to Toronto, where I will collect my scope and everything else that was my remaining possessions in England. So we will hopefully in the next couple of days there, we'll have everything collected. I don't think there's going to be a problem. I don't think there's going to be any problems with collecting it. It sounds like I've done all the paperwork. Everything is completed. We are well sorted out. What is that map? That map it showed the position of basically every ship that is tracked by marinetraffic.com. So our ship started off in And you just see how many ships are active.
Where the hell is my ship? You gotta be shipping me. For shit's sakes, hurry up.
I do hope all is well with the scope as well. That's the other thing. I think I may need to take it in for some collimation, perhaps. Oh no, he lost it again. 5:40 p.m. for Civil Dark, Astronomical Dark at 6:30. But you shoot narrowband, so you don't give a Friday. Excellent. Oh, Tropical Geek, I'm sorry that everything is buffering for you. I'm very sorry that your internet is crapping out on you. So here, let's see. Here, I'll type it out as well, just in case. Scope in... No, scope is en route to Toronto. If I could spell... Toronto. Toronto. It's like trying to spell banana. You spell banana. 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 Toronto. Toronto. Scope is en route to Totoro. You continue on M16 tonight, doing 10-minute subs. Excellent. Excellent. I too will have... we'll have access to the Eagle Nebula. I will be able to join you in capturing and hoarding those photons. So we're going to get some views of the Pillars of Creation. I am looking forward to that for sure. Also getting the Omega Nebula. It doesn't look like we're going to be able to get the Trifid Nebula. That's still going to be just a little too low. Oh, that's right there. Yeah, that is a case of just the not having enough open space towards the horizon. But that is all right. I will, for everything that I've always seen and been in awe of the Pillars of Creation, I'm happy for that target. Actually, to be fair, there's probably going to be even more time available with it because of just where I've had the camera positioned to make this this view of the backyard. So we may actually, to tell a lie, we may act. Let's see. Let's bring it back a bit. Turn off the ground for a second here. You know what? Remember when we had that view of the Sombrero Galaxy? There was one night, if you guys had tuned in for that, we had a few minutes with the Sombrero Galaxy, and it was kind of in that little sweet spot between the trees and the house back in England. There is going to be a fairly open space between these two houses that you can't see in this image yet. But the scope is going to have like almost an unfettered view right between the two houses where the Trifid Nebula and the Lagoon Nebula should be showing up. So I think we're going to get a shot there. See if you have some stacks on your laptop with M16. All right, awesome. Uncle Bill, hello sir, how are you? How are things tonight? We have our fairly accurate view of the night sky. I still need to do a little. I need to fix up the image for the backyard, but we will have just enough of a shot of Polaris once it becomes available there. But we're going to have some views to the south that we never had before in England. We'll also get some planetary images as well, because the scope is going to sit here in the garden. This swing is going to move over. That'll move over there. That table, that'll come over there. So we'll have a table to place down any equipment there. So it'll be much nicer kind of setting things up. I can keep things off the ground, like completely off the ground. And yeah, won't have to worry about this part of the deck because I'll have the pier extension. We will be fine up out of the way. That patio, will demolish that. No, that's adding height. That is giving us a little bit extra height. It's giving us like an extra 2 feet of elevation right there. It's like prime real estate. That's like the extra 2 feet that I wanted back in England, just to be able to have some stability and look over top of things. Yeah, that barbecue stays. Barbecue stays. Some grilled subs. You stack your HA now just to show. All right, cool. Yeah, drop that image in there. How much do I charge to create custom Stellarium landscapes? That is a very good question. I have not considered that. I don't know. Also, I wonder how comfortable people will be that giving away like their exact location. You do have a 360-degree panoramic image from the Mars rover. I mean, you can put any view in there. I think the fine tuning that comes into it is what is needed for this file, for the .ini. So you have all the locations and your all the location data in the right spot, because I had to play around with our rotation here to get north in pretty much exactly the spot where it was going to be. But I mean, if you want to shoot a message over on Discord, we can talk later if you want. But I think it's yeah. What happened last week? I was under the assumption that I was able to kind of just quickly drop the image in there and I could fix it up there. We got it sorted out today, which is good. It was a matter of saving the text or saving the .ini file elsewhere and then just dropping it into the Stellarium folder, where it just asked me to continue as an admin, and that's all it took. So the frustration that came last week was all for naught. It was just save it one spot, drag and drop, and you're good. So what I will aim to do as well is, now that I've done this, that I've gone through this and it's fresh in my mind, I think I will. Pardon me. Not I think. I am going to make a short as possible video that'll pop up on YouTube and just kind of take you guys through this step by step. I know other people have done it as well, but I also want to have it as just my reference as well. It's kind of like, I know a few other people have put tutorial videos online, and it's almost just for their personal reference, but everybody kind of will benefit from that as well. You shall consume such a video. Well, I will look forward to making that video for you guys. And that will pretty much be like the official first YouTube video, aside from everything that I've saved as my VODs on there. Because this is fresh in my mind. That is what I'm going to work on this week, is to put this together. And I don't see it as being like an exceedingly long video. And that's another thing, is if I see like a tutorial video that's like 10 minutes long and the process is actually just a couple of minutes, you know, I'll try to make things as clear and concise and just as little of a headache as possible. So we'll see how it goes. The hard part is how you stitch the photo to begin with. Yes, that's the other thing. What I might... Because there are apps I think you can get that will that'll do a better stitching job. And what I'll probably do is I'll put my phone on a tripod and just rotate it around. So, when you're sitting like this with your phone and you're rotating, there's slight tilts that you're going to have, and it doesn't always sit the best there. When you just want to read a short article, but everything is a YouTube video, and that's it. That's what I'm right now. Like the idea of a YouTube video is I don't want the thing to be over 5 minutes long. Like, get in, get your information, get on with your day. Yes, I know. Like a lot of people, you want to have like 10 minutes to start monetizing things. Something like this for putting your backyard into Stellarium doesn't need to be like a ridiculous process. What I might do is, if there's any further elaboration that's needed, I'll refer to another video. Like, here's your 360 image. Here's where the file goes. Here's the size you need it to be. Here's where the data you have to play with, because it's going to differ. It's going to differ for everybody, and that's it. See you later. But you want to tell your inspiration, life history, what your mom cooked last night. My mom cooked some pork cutlets with mashed potatoes and some eggplant and tomatoes. It was delicious. Some French beans in there. It was wonderful. It was great. But I won't talk about that. We'll talk about that now. This is where we have the time to talk about the food, because then you guys will say, well, I had this last night. I haven't had it in ages. It was great. It was wonderful. I had a bowl of Kraft dinner. It was the best Kraft dinner ever. Dylan would definitely cut to that with a meme clip after. That's it. I get the idea. Like, yes, people are going to monetize things with YouTube, but at the same time, I want the information. Not a Swanson frozen TV dinner. I don't even know if I've had a Swanson brand frozen TV dinner. I think we must have. Like, mine was always Stouffer's. It was a Stouffer's mac and cheese. That was like my favorite microwave dinner. Haven't had it in a while. I may pick up a box this weekend. Who knows? It is time to do some grocery shopping, so maybe I'll pick up a box. See, it's the crunchy bits that somehow form in a microwave around the edge of the cheese with Stouffer's mac and cheese. It's always good. See, I would always get the American TV commercials while I'm watching my Saturday morning cartoons or just any other kind of programming, as a kid. So it was always looking at the Swanson frozen meals with, here's this delicious looking piece of chicken with corn and mashed potatoes, bits of gravy, and a dessert, like a little cherry cobbler or something like that. Yeah, it's not to say we didn't try them for fun. Mum's a great cook. I get by with cooking. So yeah, it's things like that is almost like a little treat just to try to see what's all the fuss about. However, I do know the Swanson Salisbury steak dinner honestly is abominable. I could imagine it would be. Given the choice between hot shoe leather and a Swanson Salisbury steak, are you going to take the hot shoe leather? Is that what a little more substance with that there? Is that what I'm hearing? There was a trip. I don't want to get into too much detail. However, suffice to say, we thought that it was a great idea to have a steak sandwich to order for dinner, and not a ham and cheese sandwich. And we all ordered the steak sandwich. We thought, yeah. We were younger at a school trip. Like, yeah, let's have a steak sandwich. And then our one friend ordered a ham and cheese sandwich. We're like, ham and cheese. Everybody gets ham and cheese. We want steak. We get the steak. It was you could have worn them as a great pair of shoes. It was so terrible. And my friend was eating his ham and cheese with a smug little smile on his face, enjoying that sandwich, and we were left hungry that night. Jaws Whedon, what's going on? How about Marie Callender helping us to spell calendar wrong? Since 1992. I have never had a Marie Callender cheesecake or any kind of dessert. I think the closest would have been like maybe like a Sara Lee or something like that. You could say it was a mistake. I don't have any other scenes. I won't hold you to the year, but I get it. Mr. Bill Nash, don't look at me in that tone of voice. What's going on, Bill? How you doing, sir? Thank you very much for the 5 months in a row. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Glad to have you with us tonight. Yes, greetings, Alpha Nerd. Good to see you in here. Yeah, as soon as also, including the telescope coming back, we will have our main streaming rig as well. That's going to be back in possession. So no more of this manual baloney. We'll have a lot of our scenes set up. I think what I have to do is I have to get this stuff over as well. How bad you get that heat wave? What do we have? In Toronto, we reached 41 degrees with the humidex. So, suffice to say, it was balls soup for a little while. Nothing that happened out in the out west. Nothing as bad as that there. Count ourselves fortunate for a tiny bit of a reprieve from that weather. You made it up to 45. Ooh. It's terrible to see just what chaos came out of that heat wave. Sea General now, 90 minutes of it's ridiculous. All right, let's check that out. Excuse me, Discord, where'd you go? Holy potatoes. Dude. That's incredible. Making me want to do things for a monocam for sure. Nine by 10 minutes, and that's with your Esprit. Oh, that's beautiful. That is beautiful, dude. Esprit and the QHY 268M. Man, I really want that Esprit. You have the 100 or the 120? Mono is the way? This is the way. The 100. Yeah. I mean, there's, yeah. 120 is a bit too big for what you want to do. Fair enough. I mean, you get some awesome stuff with the, awesome images with the 100. It's just that you don't have to... I get it that you with the mono camera, that you're getting all that data is being recorded across the whole sensor. Whereas with the color camera, you really got to put in a lot more time to get something resembling a much smoother image. And I can honestly make the argument either way for both cameras. I am happy with what we're getting with our one-shot color camera. but at the same time, I am also not going to get a monochrome camera as well. When we have 2 or 3 imaging rigs ready to go, it's I won't be fussed with the time taken with the mono camera, because that is what's going to just do its own thing throughout the whole night. That will collect the data. You started with color and you're happy with it until, that is, you got your first mono. Then you hated one-shot color. Keck dubs. There's hot pixels. You just stack them without caring about pixel rejection. Did you show the fighting dragon of Ara? I don't recall. Did you? Was it in general or show your images? I did not. Werewolf let us know that we had he had dropped an image in there tonight. It's a nice shot of the Pelican Nebula. And again, getting more time on the Pelican Nebula, getting the Deadpool Nebula in there, you know? Put up, alright, cool there. Third rock, you get mono, and you have a permanent setup you can just run and don't touch with your, which is expensive for you. That's it. It's the... I wouldn't want to be not so much you get that I'm going to be babysitting a mono setup, but it's just to have the mono do its thing and toot around with the with the one-shot color camera. You know, almost work on that for what you want to see. This kind of almost murky water look to the images, like this almost ethereal view, like you're peering through this haze, but you're also getting like all the structure of these rusty looking clouds. That's what I love about this palette, is that you see the dirt and the murkiness of outer space. Now, I don't know if you did share this one, dude, but that is freaking incredible. Those stars are gorgeous. Yeah, it's more your OCD about dust, and that's 7 times the amount of glass to get dusty if you switch out between scopes. That is true. I wonder how well sealed can you have a like that whole system. You know, how well can you keep that protected? That's part of the mucus nebula within the fighting dragons. That is wonderful. Oh, hey, do we want to become famous? Do we want to become famous? Who wants to click on big follows? Burp. Please, ooh, pick me. Let us all become famous, right? Yeah, no, that is tremendous, man. And even if you did, Did I like this one? I did not. I apologize. See, I wasn't opening up Discord the last couple of streams there. I was unsure because also the your full res PNG is 121 megabytes. Oh my goodness, and that's just under 4 hours too. See, that's 4 hours in monochrome. 4 hours with a one-shot color. Still doing a lot of work there. However, if you're able to put in the time on the targets with a one-shot color camera, you can still bring out something absolutely gorgeous. Was that really loud? I apologize. Yeah, your first PC had a hard drive smaller than that. Back in my day, you were lucky to get 64 megabytes of hard drive space. And even then, the laptop weighed about maybe 40, 50 pounds. It was heavy. Holy shit. You got a 6 terabyte hard drive. You have 0.8 terabytes remaining, full of Astro. Holy smokes! That's only what was. Wait, were you going for 24 hours there, or was it more that you wanted to have on there? But that is lovely. No more 4 to 5 hours. You're gonna pick a target, and that's gonna be like your monthly goal. It's this little section here that seems like it was just often neglected within this reflection nebula within the emission nebula. That was just amazing. 32 megabytes, 256 kilobytes around, like old laptops. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that is amazing. It's interesting. This other little monitor I have, and this monitor here. This is like almost. It feels like it's almost oversaturated. Whereas on this monitor that I'm looking at, it's just everything is just like so nice and not muted, but it's just like a really, really spot on amount of saturation to bring out the details there. That is, I just love that contrast running through the middle there. Alistair, how you doing? You had friends with home computers that loaded programs from cassette tapes. You had to manually fast forward to the right place to start loading and manually rewind and crap. You delayed buying a computer until they were available with floppy drives and 64K of RAM. Your school computer had 8K of RAM and a ROM that helps the operating system to save space. Man, I never had one of those with the tapes, but I did have like the big floppy disks running MS-DOS for everything. But yes, good to see you doing well. Good to see you in here. Yeah, Portal 6 is, I think I would say that's where I was on like the maximum for my light pollution time. But right now my light pollution is way more than 6. Did you hole punch one-siders and turn them into double-siders? No, I did not. I was not aware of that hack. The 2600 MC Pro is looking mighty attractive as well. That's excellent. Like your corners, dude. This is a 22.5-hour exposure. A 22.5-hour project is that Third Rock Astronomy is working on, and it is looking gorgeous. My light polluted skies are almost the maximum amount of light pollution that is available. I'm at a Bortle 8. So the telescope equipment is en route from Montreal to Toronto, where I will hopefully be able to pick it up in the next day or so. And yeah, we'll be able to start imaging as soon as possible. The first available night looks like it's going to be on Wednesday, the 14th, because when we have a little bit of clear skies available. We'll see how that goes, because if the equipment arrives, I don't know, maybe Sunday or Saturday. I don't know if the shipping, the warehouse place operates 24/7 or not. I'll have to double check on that. If it is, then that's fine. I can pick it up whenever I want. But yeah, it may end up being maybe a midday setup stream on Tuesday if we're really trying to push it for Wednesday. We'll see. We shall see. That's also 100 darks, flats, and bias, and dark flats per night of data for calibration. You're doing the right thing there. You're doing the right thing there, Third Rock. Color might need more RAM or processing power, but these things are only going to become more and more available. Interesting. There is a dubstep. Darks and flats and 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 darks and flats. That's it. There's the new holding screen. No more epic music. It's just darks and flats and darks and flats and darks and flats and darks and flats, darks and flats. Your sky brightness at home is 18.5 magnitude. Hey, why don't I have Pepe hands? What's up with that? If I'm anywhere near you, Barry, when the weather's not been favorable lately, whilst you're waiting your equipment. No, it's I'm closer to I'm more Toronto, so. Although I guess in Barrie, it's built up enough that you're going to be in. I don't think it's anything lower than Bortle 7. But there's points in between. There are points in between that can offer up some nice dark sky sites. I was speaking with Thomas Butts about meeting up at a dark sky site when the weather is actually going to be in favor. So I wouldn't rule out a possibility of kind of having a bit of an IRL stream of not an impromptu star party, but try to make sure that if we can have a group of people who are conscious of COVID and take the right precautions of having a few meet up for a bit of a semi-virtual star party. We'll see. Nori Kitty, why wasn't I playing Among Us with? What's going on, Nori Kitty? How are you, you adorable son of a gun? 8 months. 8 months. My God. Thank you very much for the resub. Last time I did Among Us on stream, that did not go too well. That did not work out very well. Yeah, there are definitely some pretty dark areas in Ontario, so I think, yeah, it might work out well there. Hello! What's going on, Steven? My favorite cotton poly streamer. How you doing, sir? Hello! They picked on you the whole time. Well, these things happen. You don't have to take any guff from them. I didn't have to stream. It's Friday night. TGIF. Well, it's Saturday morning for you now, Kitty. How did it go? Have they done any updates to Among Us? And I mean, how is it when the adorable streamers pick on the adorable streamers? How does that work out? Is it just a very cute kind of foray into that? It's been for the past few days for the weather. It's been fairly the weather's been fairly crummy. Although we had some nice thunderstorms yesterday, that was all right. But it's hopefully, as always, try to remain optimistic for the weather, and I see that some of the days are looking better than the nights. So it really is for the budget of what we're looking to do for our solar scope situation. Speaking with Steve at Ontario Telescope and Accessories, the Solar Scout can be in stock. He can have it ordered in within 3 weeks, and that is $1,100 plus tax, and that is the whole bundle there, of which I basically don't need any of that, but that's all they will stock it with. And that's fine. I respect that. That's what he's going to be putting the money toward. So it would be that option for the Solar Scout D60DS, which I did also speak with Chuck Ayub of Chuck's Astrophotography, because he has the same scope, and he enjoys it. He didn't really have anything negative to say about it. It did the job. The other option is looking at a Lunt 50mm HA solar scope, which is basically the same, which is going to be the same price there. So this is the finals. We have gone past all the quarterfinals, the semifinals. This is the finals between the Lunt Solar 50mm HA solar scope or the Solar Scout 60DS. So we're looking at a discrepancy of 10 millimeters between the scopes. That's it. Once I have that decision, I will double check on finances and hopefully be putting in an order next week for one of these scopes. Now, for the most part, I would almost imagine the sun. It's the sun. We're looking at the sun. How big of a impact, how much of a difference is that 10 millimeters going to make for the aperture? So that is the finals of what it's going to be. Solar Scout or the DS bundle, or sorry, the Solar Scout or the Lunt 50mm. I will double check with Con Telescope, see if it is in stock, and I think I guess waiting either 3 weeks for the Daystar or having the Lunt immediately. I will shoot a message over to Econ Greg, because he has used the smaller Lunt scope for a little bit, but you move up to the bigger big boy 80mm scope, just to get a little more input on what he thinks of that, and if using this type of scope, this one is going to be any better, or just like that much more enjoyable, because the the cameras. Actually, what I won't be using the 533, and we won't have to worry about any cooling because these are very, very short exposures we're going to be taking. I will use the 120. Where are you? There we go. The 120 mini. And if we have poor seeing, which chances are it might be because we're going to have a lot of heat being thrown off there, I think it's going to be good. We will, let's see, let's pick our, we got that, the sun, custom scope. We're looking at the Lunt LS50 cameras at WO 120mm mini. No reducers, none of that there. Let's add that to the view. That would be our view of the sun with the 120mm through the Lunt. I think that's a great view of the sun. So here's the determining factor. Go to Astronomy Tools to pair the camera with the antenna for the field of view calculator. And here we are! Let's see, do we have the... Let's see, will that pop up in there? I would imagine the focal length is going to be about the same. $930mm. Ooh, really? No, wait, that's the effective. Is that all it is? That's 930mm? If the one you want means a 3-week wait, you definitely do the wait, and you think about how long and how much you use it. Best not to compromise for the sake of a few weeks. This is true. I do agree with that. There, a little undersampled, could drizzle it, no hissing arc. There we go. So there is the. So there's the difference. That is a big difference between the. So the Solar Scout is 933mm. Double stack performance at no extra cost. Whereas the Lunt, is that what the because that's what, okay, focal, yeah, 350mm. Okay, so these are two, son of a biscuit, these are two totally different focal lengths. These are two totally different focal lengths now. The do not compromise ons of life. Boots, bathtubs, beds, babes, and telescopes. Oh, well, I'll relay that to Mrs. Canuck. She's just one step above telescopes. But if it's a new pair of boots, baby, you're sleeping on the couch. Something spicy. Just did a quick color combo of your M16. Ooh, oh, I like spicy. Okay. Man, if one is going to give like a really close-up view of the sun, exactly, you don't save money by spending less. Now, I am all for spending money in the right places. So this would be using the black and white Mini, which I'm using as my guide scope. And it's offering two. Okay, I'm going to take a beat. We're going to go look at something spicy. Let's check that. Oh. That is, I love this Bach globule right here. That's like my favorite now of M16. Yeah, the pillars are great, but are you a Bach globule? Come on. That's looking very nice there, Caleb. You're Aberdonian by inner essence. Zooming in again. There was so much lovely detail in there. And this was just a quick color combo, eh, Caleb? But that little guy right there. I have to say, I love the overall view of a nebula, but the Bach globules is where it's at for me. You have yet to drizzle, noise reduction, all that jazz. Simply stack, stretch, put into color combination, and push the saturation a bit. That is just, man, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to be able to. Yes, it's it's not going to be as smooth. We're using a one-shot color camera in highlight polluted areas. However, our view of M16 will come. We will have it. It will be ours. Oh yes. We're going after the Eagle Nebula as soon as possible. As soon as possible. That's us. That's going to be tight. That's going to be fairly tight. That's if we had the ASI Air Pro with no reducer on there, that would be our view of M16. I know there are going to be some headaches that are going to come along with the new setup with the ASI Air, but hopefully we're going to be able to mitigate that as much as possible so that we'll be able to get these views. And who knows what is going to go on with the changes in equipment. So now we know that there is a bigger decision to be made for our solar scope choice. I am in Canada now. The NSA is probably hears you say target and then get M16. No. Oh no. The Eagle Nebula. We're looking for the Eagle Nebula. We're looking in outer space with the telescope. M16. If there's a knock at the door, oh dear. Messier 16. Mark Messier 16. Mark Messier 11. You need to find Messier 11 and send it to Mark Messier. We chose to go to the moon. We choose to shoot M16. We choose to shoot M16 this decade and do other things. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard. But they're safe. They can't get over the border during COVID restrictions. Oh, good. Good. All right. So. Arnold Schwarzenegger, JFK. He's just all over the place. We chose to shoot M16. Not because they're easy. Alright, that's, you know. The big choice. A close-up view of the sun. Here's a 3-week wait. Here is a potential tomorrow. Both essentially are the same price. I have heard very good things about the yellow box here, our Daystar Quart, our Daystar solar scope. 60 millimeters. Versus the Lunt that is going to give us an entire view of the sun. I am more leaning toward a nice close-up view of the sun. It's going to be very bright. The sensor size, it's almost not going to matter because we're going to have such a bright target that we're going to be imaging. So, I would suffice to say that the last little bit of financing that is being looked over, that there's a very good chance that we are going to go with the Solar Scout 60DS, which is about a 3-week wait, and I think that is going to be well worth it. There have been notoriously clearer days than clearer nights. So to be able to get that view of the sun and do our daytime astronomy and just not lose out on other areas of the globe who have been in here. AstroJav, what's going on, sir? How are you? Good to see you again. Glad to be back. I think we have made our decision. We have made our choice. We want some close-up, beautiful views of the sun. Now, if we were to just on a whim, that we would look at the sun with the color camera. Not that it would make any bit of a difference. Let's add that to the view. Alright. I think it's safe to say if we are able to easily switch out cameras and look at the sun in either the full disk or up close regions there. The Daystar Solar Scout looks like it's for our budget and our purpose of what we want to do here. I think that's going to work out well. So yes, if we did go with the Lunt 50mm, we're sacrificing a little bit of aperture, and it doesn't have that same focal length that we'd be looking for. Whereas with this, with changing out the different cameras, we can have a dynamic view of the sun. It wouldn't be the same, may not be the same day, but if there's something kind of interesting coming around the horn that we want to really look at in depth, we want to look at some of the prominence, it's going to be using the monochrome 120mm Mini. If we want to get a nice full view disc of the sun, we'll slap on the ASI 533. So that's good. That is great. I'm happy that we have come to this ultimate decision. Now to basically to make a call to Ontario Telescope and Accessories and see maybe what else we can throw in the bag. What does he have? What else does he have on sale? What can we throw in there? It depends on the budget. It really depends on, like I said, the mass majority of all the funds that come in from Twitch is going to go toward that astrophotography equipment. There's also going to be a little bit more, like I said, this is kind of turning to the full-time gig, and there's going to be more money, some that's going to be redirected towards improving the stream as well, because I think now that we're in a more of a permanent position, there's no more really worrying about moving stuff overseas. So an overall improvement of additions to astrophotography, improvements to the stream, so we can make things a little more interesting, and just have a little bit more fun on the channel. I think that is what we're going to aim to do, and just have a good time doing it. Like, I enjoy doing this so much, and I'm happy to see you guys popping in and out, and some of you who have been staying up a little late as well. It's much appreciated seeing you guys pop in and say hello. And like I said, those who are lurking, I appreciate that very much, because lurks are what is going to make the world go around for sure. But yes, until then, I'm going to say a very good evening to you guys. I appreciate you guys sticking around tonight. You're here the whole time just working on a limit meridian flip issue. No worries, appreciate it. I will hang around in as many streams as possible. I'll do what I can. What we're going to do, we are going to send you guys over to... Let's see, who do we want to say hello to tonight? I'm going to pick this out here. In the meantime, let's give you guys the raid messages. For those who are subscribed to the channel, there's our raid message. For those who are not subscribed to the channel, it is all good. I got your back. We'll send you guys over to... Let's see what... There's just a new amount of people we have available here. Alright, like I said, we are part of Team Photography, as well as I've been invited to join up with the Anchor Club, formed by the Warship in Perth, Western Australia. What I think we're going to do, we're going to send you guys over to a member of the Anchor Club, over to Wit. We have never been able to. He's a wonderful, wonderful human being. But I think it's going to be interesting to see what he's up to tonight. He is doing a little bit of just chatting. Very personable dude to hang out with. So we will send you guys over to Wit. Copy that on over there. Just some fun and games with him. And yeah, hope you guys do enjoy the time over there. Stick around if you can. I do appreciate it very much. There we go. That is ready to go. We'll send the love over to Wit. Thank you guys so much for hanging around tonight and chatting about astronomy and astrophotography, and we have made our decision on what our purchase is going to be for a solar scope. We know that the telescope is on its way to Toronto. We're going to have some good times. I'm looking forward to this so much. So, until then, we'll be back tomorrow night with some form of astrophotography processing. But once again, I appreciate all the subs, all the resubs, the raids. You guys have been absolutely incredible tonight. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. Hope you learned some things and just had a general good time. I enjoyed the images you guys shared as well. As always, fantastic work. So let's see if I remember how to shut this thing down. There we go. We got it going there. Thank you so much. I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good evening, and we will see you soon. Take care.
Oh my god.
Stop fucking lying. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Just chilling.